northbound side of the Parkway East. That backs between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood-Swissvale. Parkway West slows right around the Parkway Center on-ramp into the tunnels. And the outbound side of Route 51 continues to thin out, heading out toward Route 88 from that earlier disabled vehicle. Still watch for some slow traffic as you make your way toward Maytide Street. With AAA traffic on the 5s, I'm Kathy Berggren on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
As we get ready for the weekend, maybe on your list you want to do a few things around the house. How about on top of the house? No, you're not going to climb a ladder and get on the roof, but you can check in the attic and look for water stain marks on the wood, which indicates a leak or an issue, or if you need a roof replacement, or if you've had damage and need help with the insurance process. JP Roofing and Siding, Joe Potocnik right now is having a coffee ready to go. 43-year plus, our MVP, Service Excellence Award winner, back-to-back with Owens Corning. He knows what he's doing. Gutters need repaired, replaced, siding, even windows. It's JP Roofing and Siding. Call Joe, get a free estimate at 412-829-7711. $500 off any roof or siding installation project, and ask about 100% financing with no payments for 18 months. JP Roofing and Siding. Joe's got you covered. Why go anywhere else?
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty. That the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. ForThePeople.com.
Download the Odyssey app and take us with you wherever you go. Pittsburgh's news, weather, and traffic station. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Saturday morning at 7 on Pittsburgh Works, it's another edition of Breakfast with Dorothy's Candies. Join Nan Cohen and her guests as they talk about all that Dorothy's has to offer to make this Mother's Day so special. That's Saturday morning at 7 on KDKA Radio.
Traffic jams, tailgating, pileups. Ugh, the joys of driving. How could it get worse? The federal government wants to have a say in what you drive. That's right. The Biden administration's EPA is pushing mandates that would ban 2 out of every 3 vehicles on the road today. Don't let Washington become your backseat driver. Protect the freedom of driving your way. Visit EnergyCitizens.org. Paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's overcast and 69 at 10 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Nearly 250,000 spectators are expected to take in this year's Pittsburgh Marathon events. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the story.
42,000 runners are expected during this weekend's marathon. Tori Schooley, CEO of P3R, tells the Big K Morning Show they are ready.
We get so excited for today and just launching this weekend because it's what we work for, and it's honestly what the runners have worked for several months.
And what about those volunteers?
3,000 volunteers this year. Honestly, we could not put on this event without the volunteers.
Schooley says everything kicks off today, open to the public at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. You can follow the Pittsburgh Marathon live on the official event social media at Facebook, at Twitter, and at Instagram. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A number of roads and bridges will close for the marathon. News Radio KDKA's Greg McAtee has the details.
Today at noon, the Boulevard of the Allies will close between Stanwix and Wood Streets in preparation for the Pittsburgh Marathon. Tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. through noon, General Robinson and Sandusky Streets, the 7th Street Bridge, and 7th and Wood Streets will close for the Kids Marathon. Sunday, the main marathon course will close beginning at 1:30 a.m., affecting main roads through downtown, the Strip, Lawrenceville, Shady Side, Oakland, the West End, and the North and South Sides. All affected roadways will be back open by 2:30 p.m. For more information, check out kdkaradio.com. Greg McAtee, News Radio, KDKA.
A new era in law enforcement is about to begin. The Eastern Regional Mon Valley Police Department's new chief and several new officers were sworn in last night. The new force will cover Rankin, East Pittsburgh, and North Braddock. And the new chief, Derek Turner, talked with KDKA TV.
It feels like the start of something great. It's been challenging, number one. But secondly, I would certainly say it's been rewarding.
The department is starting with 7 officers, with plans eventually for 12. An ongoing healthcare staff shortage at the Allegheny County Jail is coming to light. Among the findings presented at last night's Jail Oversight Board meeting, no therapists are working at the jail. 8 full-time positions are vacant. Jail officials say they are recruiting and point out several mental health nurses and other employees are helping inmates. Power lines and at least 5 utility poles were broken last night when a vehicle hit one of the poles in Baldwinboro. The single vehicle accident happened around 8 p.m. The driver was injured and taken to a hospital for treatment. Duquesne light workers were called to begin repairs and restore service. As of the last check, about 20 customers in that area still have outages. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 473 points at 38,698. The Nasdaq is up 285 points, and the S&P is up 53. KDKA Sports, Pittsburgh returns to PNC Park to open a 3-game series with Colorado tonight. Listen to the Bucks and Rockies at 6:40 on 93.7 The Fan. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, your roofer with thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:03. Time to call Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. It's overcast at Pittsburgh International, 69 now. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Hey there, dads. It's your trusty Inner Compass here with some wisdom for you. Mother's Day is around the corner, and this year we've got to step it up. So, here's the plan. Let's head to Diamonds Direct. They've got all the jewelry Mom's been eyeing. Diamond fashion jewelry, birthstones, gold, pearls, you name it, starting at just $200. And with Diamonds Direct's top-notch quality and unbeatable everyday pricing, you're sure to win Dad of the Year. Let's make this Mother's Day unforgettable with a little help from Diamonds Direct, because celebrating the incredible women in our lives is what matters most. Diamond fashion jewelry, birthstones, gold, pearls, it's all at Diamonds Direct, starting at just $200. So as your trusty compass, I suggest we navigate our way to Diamonds Direct and experience the thrill of jewelry shopping done right. Be ready for Mother's Day with the perfect gift she'll love. Shop online or in a store nearest you. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Online at diamondsdirect.com.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. Hey, Kath.
I'm Marty, and traffic around the area a little bit busy on the parkways. We're starting to see more traffic on the Parkway West was thinning out, but now we're backing right around the top of Green Tree Hill into the Fort Pitt tunnels and the Parkway East. It slows at the Brinton Road overpass as you head down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Looks pretty good on the inbound side of Route 28. No major delays for you there, and the Parkway North is clear. Just getting reports of an accident now over on 5th Avenue, right around the intersection with Amberson, just down the road from Wilkins Avenue. So just watch for crews heading to the scene. With AAA traffic, I'm Kathy Berkman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be quite warm this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm, high 81 to 85. Rather cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 72. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon. If you've looked around Greater Pittsburgh recently, you've probably noticed. From gas to groceries to everything else you need on a regular basis, Par Mar has it. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
It's the Big K Big Three.
Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health. The biggest 3 stories of the day on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Man, there's some 3 biggies more than that, but you're going to hear some shocking information about this Cepeda guy. He had 9 kilos of fentanyl, and the judge said, "You're a good boy, take off," and he did. You're going to hear something that's going to shock you, what he said when he was arrested. You're going to hear this. Also, you're going to hear from a county councilman who's a Republican Party guy who says downtown sucks, and you're going to hear why, and he's going to tell you how to fix it. Also, this serial killer nurse trial. Why wasn't she given the death penalty? And you're going to hear from both of her attorneys who, in essence, saved her life. And should they have? It's actually a fascinating discussion. We give a lot more words in conversation to this Xander Orenstein guy than we should, because I'm guessing he likes the attention, or else he wouldn't keep making the same stupid choices. Or he just thinks the way he thinks, and to hell with the rest of us. But what he does is he doesn't believe in law and order. He doesn't believe in undercover cops conducting drug raids, so he doesn't sign warrants. This is the truth. He doesn't believe in anyone in jail held on bond. I don't care if you kill 14 people. He doesn't believe in bond. That's a fact check. And this Carlos Cepeda guy, it was just a name and a mugshot to you and me, but he represents what the hell's wrong with this woke judge. So they bust him at the, this is an old story, but maybe you don't know. They bust him at the bus stop downtown where the train station is with a bunch of fentanyl. Turns out to be baking soda. But he also had $1 million worth of cocaine, which is real. He appears before the judge, and he has connections to the drug cartels, more dangerous than the mob. Seriously. And the judge looks at him and says, "Oh, Mr. Cepeda, you're a good boy. Take off." And he does take off. And then he's on the run, and no one can find him until Kraus and his people find him. He ends up being caught in New York because all criminals go home because they miss mommy and daddy, or mommy anyway, or their old girlfriend. And he sits in Rikers Island, and Kraus's people, who did a hell of a job on this, bring him back, okay? So he's back in jail where he belongs, and he'll be there to stay, hopefully, unless he gets in front of Cepeda again. And I'm sure he'll head off somewhere else, maybe to Florida this time, where Kraus's people will catch him there. Much of this is redundant and old news to you, but what happened once this Cepeda guy gets into custody, I find to be extraordinary. And I'm an old guy, and I've been at this a while. I've never, ever heard anything like this before. Check this out. Kevin Kraus, good morning, man.
Good morning, Marty. How are you?
Fabulous. How long have you been in law enforcement?
32 years.
All right. So, Kevin, I've heard everything twice. Kevin's heard everything 3 times. Have you ever heard what your folks and you heard from this Cepeda guy yesterday, ever in your career?
I not off the top of my head, but let me, if I could just give kind of a story. Once,
please do, please.
Well, once he failed to appear for his hearings, we initiated a fugitive investigation. Took us to several places, including New York City. He was picked up. He had a warrant, not only from here, but from New York for a sexual assault. He was taken into custody, taken to Rikers. And once he was released from New York custody, we were able to bring him back. And we did that yesterday. And like we do in other fugitive investigations, once we bring him back, we interview him. And we did that yesterday.
By the way, none of this has to happen if this Judge Ornstein doesn't let him walk because he's a good boy, right? Right?
Well, I mean, that's what happened. Right. And, the common pleas judges issued fugitive warrants or failure to appear warrants, and that's when we got involved, and he's back in Pittsburgh.
And it was kind of you had to really plan bringing him back because he does have ties to drug cartels, which means he could be a dangerous man and all of his friends could be even more dangerous, right?
Yeah, and we took adequate extra precautions in regard to bringing him back.
All right, man. So once you have him in custody, then you have to interview him as part of the process. What does he do in interviews? It kind of threw me against the wall last night when I first heard this.
So during the interview, I can't get into anything that would, affect any prosecution or a case against him. Sure. But I can talk to you about the fugitive part.
Right.
He himself told us that he was shocked that he was able to walk out of that jail and that judge let him go. And he expected at least a $400,000 bond put on him, which didn't happen. And he said once he got back to New York, he had no intention on coming back to Pittsburgh to face the charges here.
This did not... I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sheriff. This is like a scene from an old bad movie, like Law and Order or something, right? I mean, come on. That's not believable almost, right? But this happened.
Yeah, he said that. I mean, he himself said he was shocked that he was allowed to walk out of custody and return to New York and went on the lam.
He literally told your detectives in a room, hey, man, I was kind of shocked that judge let me walk like that. He was shocked, right?
Yes. Yep. That's exactly what he said. Couldn't believe it.
Oh, I guess we got to laugh or else we would cry because it kind of underlines, doesn't it kind of underline that even the criminals, even the hardened criminals with ties to organized crime, drug cartels, whatever you want to call them, that even this guy thinks he should have been in jail on a high bond, right?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people be critical of this particular district judge, especially in light of some of the things that have happened. But even this Cepeda guy himself was critical of the magistrate by just indicating, why would he let me go?
Maybe he should have raised his hand, Kevin, and said, hey Judge, I ain't leaving unless you raise my bond to 400 G's. You know what I'm saying, Kevin?
I think he only raised his hand to wave goodbye as he headed back to New York City.
To reiterate what we've said yesterday, because I'm laughing now and this isn't funny, all told, to bring the suspects to justice, and you have kicked ass, it's cost your department and all the taxpayers in this county $50,000 plus, so people understand the cost of this ridiculousness. Fair?
Fair. But I repeat myself, I want to highlight, clearly he was a flight risk, which he demonstrated. Yep. And he clearly is a danger to this community when the information at the time, what we had, I mean, bringing that amount of dangerous drugs into a community, he's clearly a threat and a very much danger to the society and the community. And
kind of an idiot. Your Honor, yes, Mr. Cepeda, do you have something to say? Yes, sir. I know I'd like to go to New York and hang with my people and see my woman and see Mommy because she makes a great omelet. But Your Honor, I think you should raise my bond to $400,000. Would you mind, sir? And Xander says, "Hey, man, you're cool. Just walk, brother." That's how it went down, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, I can't comment on that. I could just tell you what he said, what happened, but yeah, he was willing to talk yesterday, and
you were willing to listen.
You know, and we learned some things, you know, relevant to that investigation, but anyhow, he's back and he's going to face the charges, you know, with his due process. But he's at least he's back, and however he's held accountable for what he's charged of, we'll see.
Thanks, Kevin. Great job, Sheriff. You're the man.
All right, Marty. Thank you very much.
Judge. Yeah. You have a second? Yeah. I was just thinking before I go to New York and hang with my people and get high and see my woman. Yeah. I think my bond should be $400,000. Nah, man, come on. You're cool. Take off. Take off, man. It's cool. Sorry, man. Chill. Get on out of town. You seem like a good kid. Wow. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, truth be stranger than fiction. Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, Papa Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty. A couple of accidents for us right now. One of them over on 5th Avenue at the intersection with Amberson Avenue. Crews working with that. And for folks that are leaving Pittsburgh International, right before you get onto the Parkway, you have an accident there blocking a lane of traffic. So emergency crews are just heading to the scene. But once again, this is leaving the airport at Airport Boulevard before the Parkway West. With AAA Traffic, I'm Kathy Bergman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you want to make your life a little bit easier. Great. Now raise your other hand if you like to be comfortable. Perfect. Now that you have both hands raised, imagine putting on your shoes. And that, folks, right there is your answer to an easier, more comfortable life. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. This is footwear you don't need your hands to put on. They can be raised in the air, and you can just step it and go. So you ask, how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, it's like they have this invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. From sneakers to casual shoes and even sandals. Yes, even sandals. So raise your hands in the air and put your shoes on like you just don't care. Because you just went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Why did you experience what people can't stop talking about? Life-changing Skechers Slip-ins. Get your Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
So, hey, it's Marty. You know, we're getting there. It's spring right here. It's going to get real windy. A lot of trees leaning over toward your house, leaning over in the yard. Tree branches in a precarious position. Here's what you got to do. You got to call my boy, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Insane pricing. The best training. The best equipment. I've used Carlos at my house several times. And my neighbors. Greater Pitt Tree Service. 412-884-TREE. 412-884-TREE.
Is your IRS tax debt making you feel anxious? The professionals at Allies Tax Relief are ready to negotiate your fresh start. Call them now, 800-230-5174.
UPMC, life-saving, life-changing information. Amazing.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. The Pat Tillman Foundation gives college scholarships to veterans. CEO Catherine Steele shares words from friends that knew the man who gave up a career in the NFL to be an Army Ranger.
There's a good friend of Pat's that worked at ASU, and he has said often when the finish line of someone's life is the start line of something greater, there's no greater moment. And to see, while Pat did lose his life, it really was the start of something pretty incredible with the foundation and nearly 1,000 scholars moving forward. So yeah, I think it's this forward-thinking opportunity and moment for us, and how can we continue to do good in the world and make an impact.
Catch every episode of 60 Minutes, America's most watched news magazine show, as a podcast. Hear in-depth investigations across politics, news, and entertainment on your schedule. Listen to 60 Minutes wherever you get your podcasts.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Damn. Damn. That's all I got, man. I've heard it all twice now. So my man was a notorious drug dealer tied to the drug cartels. They'll cut your head off and laugh about it. And they finally bring him back to the Berg. And he says, hey, fellas, you know that judge, that crazy judge? Yeah. I can't believe he let me out. Oh, Your Honor, I got something to say. Yes, Mr. Cepeda. Yeah, I could kill people. I had enough fentanyl in a bag to kill 400,000 people, and that's not including the crack I had and the guns and all the other stuff and my prior convictions and my ties to the most powerful drug cartels in the world. I probably shouldn't go. Nah, man, it's cool. No, Judge, really, my bond should probably be 400,000. No, man, it's cool. You want to know what's wrong with the justice system? You want to know what's woke? And this Ornstein guy is woke. My man Patrick is here. Did a little. I was curious about Ornstein's background, his education, and his term. How long do we have him for, Patrick, before he has another term?
He is 2 years in, so of a 6-year term. So 2028. We got 4 more years.
Wow, 4 more years. And he ain't no dummy in terms of book skills and streets. Tell us his background.
No, looking at his resume here, he's got an undergrad from CMU, degree from CMU, and he's got a graduate degree from Johns Hopkins.
Whoa! And these are big shots. These are big shot schools.
Oh yeah. So he apparently is a smart guy.
Yeah. Apparently.
He was a chemist at some point.
Yeah. He has no interest in criminals being punished. Is what I'm told his philosophy is, and that cops are the aggressors. In his world, inflicting pain, and that is his job to set people free. I know a bunch of undercover guys, cops, that do drug deals, and they have sat outside of houses waiting for a warrant to be signed by Ornstein for hours and hours and hours that he never signed. It's just crazy. I think it's detrimental to the health of the justice system and makes us all wary of law and order. Then there's the Craddock guy. That was another case. There have been at least 3. There was a 15-year-old homicide case. He let a guy go. The Craddock guy led state police in a high-speed chase, could have killed a bunch of people, had a gun, already was out on bond, already had warrants, already should have been in jail. And same thing. The judge said, oh, man, you take off. Go on. And using technology that I didn't know was this effective, including license plate readers and cell phone data. Cops were able to chase him all the way down to Florida, and they grabbed him, what was it, near Tampa, Patrick?
Yeah, between Tampa and Orlando.
That very entertaining and assertive sheriff that you love. I love them too. What was his name?
Polk County's Grady Judd.
Yep. He said he shouldn't have come to Polk County. No, he shouldn't have, sir. But at the end of the day, justice was served, and the guy's in jail. But it doesn't take away from the ridiculous nature of what we just heard Kraus say, in that in his entire career, he's never heard anything like this. Where a notorious drug dealer is finally brought back to justice by great lawmen doing their job in a hell of a way. And the young man says, hey, you know, that judge is crazy. He shouldn't have let me out. What do you mean? He literally put a number out there. He said, my bond should have been $400,000. He's calling out Ornstein, the criminal, the felon, the drug dealer, tied to drug cartels, is calling out the judge as an idiot, as too woke. Thank goodness for President Judge Ilicente, where she said, to hell with this. He can hang all he wants until, what would you say, Patrick, 2028?
2028.
But he ain't doing arraignments no more. And so he isn't. And so it goes. But I have said all along about this Magistrate Ornstein. That man and follow me here, should actually get a raise. He should get a bump in pay. Why? Because he's doing what he was elected to do by the far, far left wokesters in Lawrenceville, the hipsters. Lawrenceville's cool. Great restaurants, great homes. Real estate prices, Patrick, through the roof.
Through the roof.
What's the house you were pointing out to me recently? Small.
Oh, it was something like 2,500 square feet for like $1.2 million.
1.2 million.
For 3 bedrooms.
And you live kind of in that proximity.
Yeah, well, about 2 blocks away from that house.
And it's not that easy living in Lawrenceville, regardless of how hip it might be.
No, the restored homes are beautiful.
Right.
Parking sucks.
Horrible.
Awful.
Horrible.
We lived on an alleyway, and our house wasn't cheap, and there was 0 parking. It was all street parking. So get it where you can.
So Lawrenceville's hot as fire, and good for them and good for the restaurants. And you're a restaurant snob. There is some good eating down there, right?
Oh, there's some great eating down
there. And I'm not disrespecting or disregarding the wokesters who elected this judge because you elected him and you showed up and you voted. I'm disrespecting the 70% of you folks that didn't show up and vote and put this guy in office to do what he was elected to do. I've called him a couple times. I am not harassing him. I'm not rude to him. He's never rude to me, actually. He's never angry. He just has no interest in publicity. He actually answers the phone. He's not a jerk. He isn't. He's not defiant. He's not defensive. He's not aggressive. He's not assertive. He's kind of laid back. And by Patrick's account, he's insanely intelligent. Was it a startup, right?
Yeah, he was a chemist for a startup.
So that means he's brilliant, right?
Got to have a big brain to be a chemist.
Carnegie Mellon undergrad.
Johns Hopkins master.
So he's a brilliant guy with a different way to think.
Much different.
And he wouldn't be there unless you folks elected him. So give him a raise and cheer him on because you asked for it and you got it. The next time you're sitting on the couch watching Wheel of Fortune eating potato chips, the next time you're picking your nose, sitting on the toilet playing Xbox and too lazy to vote, remember what you did in Lawrenceville. You reap what you sow. All the cliches. You get what you pay for. You ask for it, you got it. And what you got is a judge that doesn't believe anyone, including a massive drug dealer with ties to drug cartels, should be in jail. Okay? This one, folks, is on you. Ornstein isn't the bad guy. He's the hero for the worksters. Think of it that way, for the wokesters.
Hi, I'm Mark Cuban, entrepreneur, businessman, and TV fan. People always come to me for investment advice. So here's a quick tip for you. Stop overpaying for cable and switch to Philo. What's Philo? It's the best way to watch more than 70 of your favorite channels and save big on your monthly bills. You can stream top channels like AMC, A&E, Discovery, Live, and On Demand. Philo's also got a library with thousands of hours of movies and shows just waiting for you. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save all your favorites and rewatch them for up to 1 year. All of this for just $25 a month. You don't need me to tell you that this is the deal you need to make. Philo, now and forever.
Head on over to philo.tv. That's PHILO.tv. And start your 7-day free trial now.
Andy Amrine here for my favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA mobile news fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington, Wexford, and Uniontown. Visit ShorkeyKia.com today.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
69 and overcast at 10:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. One more hotter than average day today, but AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg says it's not going to cool off a lot this weekend.
but we'll have to deal with a lot more clouds and some shower activity really off and on tonight, tomorrow, and through the day Sunday. And embedded within those showers, there could be a thunderstorm or two as well.
Today's high temperature is 18 degrees above the average. 2 men were killed in 2 overnight shootings in a span of 2 hours. A few minutes before 10:30 p.m., 911 was called about a shooting in the 2900 block of Palm Green Avenue in McKeesport. First responders found a man with gunshot wounds inside a vehicle. He died at the scene. Around 12:30 a.m., ShotSpotter notified police of gunfire near the intersection of Bedford Avenue and Watt Lane in Bedford dwellings. Officers found a man in the street with a gunshot wound to the head, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. People and businesses with property damage from last month's flooding will be able to get low-interest loans from the SBA. This program covers homeowners, renters, private nonprofits, and businesses in Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Washington, and Westmoreland counties. Applications can be made in person at the Disaster Loan Outreach Center. It's in the South Fayette Township building, and that starts today at 12. Applications can also be downloaded at sba.gov/disaster. Starbucks workers at the company's Forbes and Atwood location filed a petition for a union election with the National Labor Relations Board. It was one of more than 20 filings across the country this week. In a release, Workers United said significant progress was made in a bargaining session with Starbucks on a framework for store contracts. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 380 points at 38,606. The Nasdaq is up 277. The S&P up 49 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 10:32. Our next update at 11 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Okay, guys, we got to put our trays up for takeoff.
Where's Dad?
Oh, he's in the back. We could only get 3 seats together.
Daddy has my pillow.
We'll get it later. Can you not put your feet up, please?
Why aren't we going?
We must be in line for takeoff.
Like security?
Well, that was a different line.
I have to go.
We just sat down.
But I have to go.
The seatbelt sign's on.
Why aren't we moving?
Hey, no picking.
We're just 15th in line for takeoff.
Son of a...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
When my parents passed, we sat down with Julian Gray, who's now become a close friend, at GrayOuterlaw.com. I'm serious. He relieved so much pain for us, so much financial stress. Laid out for us my parents' estate, the taxes, went to court for us, represented our family like no one else has ever done. Now I send all my closest friends there all day long. Julian Gray is the best in the business. There is no comparison, folks. GrayOuterlaw.com, GrayOuterlaw.com. Hey guys, Marty. Had 2 great meals with my wife in the last month. Both of them at Oakmont. Both of them at restaurants owned by my good friend J.K., the man. Okay, the Lot. I'm not exaggerating. The best brunch I've ever had at the Lot. I'm serious. The best dinner I've had in a year. Hofstadt's. They're in the same town. They're on the same strip. They're owned by the same man. The Lot and Hofstadt's. J.K. delivers. Great stuff.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty. And traffic around the area. A little bit busy on a couple of the roadways. That's really about it. Parkway West on the inbound side, slowing at Parkway Center, and your Parkway East right around Britton Road. 28 looks good. Over on 65, just had traffic light delay there at the McKees Rocks Bridge. And looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, Parkway North is clear all the way down to and across the Veterans Bridge. HOV lanes are now closed on the inbound side. With AAA traffic, I'm Kathy Bergman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Unseasonably warm again this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm in places, high 81 to 85. Mainly cloudy and mild tonight with some showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
May 28th, Valley Brook Country Club. Shenderovich and Fishman Golf Tournament benefit. It's about the warrior. All the funds go raised to 2 individuals who served and sacrificed for our country. Great stuff. Visit 98twinsgolf.com. Good stuff. One of my favorite people, we've been friends for almost 20 years. I always tell people he's never said no, ever. He's a magnificent guy. And I had the blessing and the opportunity to spend time with him last night. He went home, and it was actually kind of cool to see Richard Bazzi at home, where it all started. And he helped a hell of a lot of kids who were really overwhelmed. Patrick, those kids were so cool, right?
Oh, my gosh. Amazing kids.
Tell us about this really cool video that you shot and produced last night, where they can see it.
So you can see the video. It's up right now across our socials on X, on Facebook, Instagram, and also on the Get Marty TikTok. So Richard Bazzi, every year, it started with one scholarship.
Yeah, it was cool.
He would do a scholarship, the Richard Bazzi Schultz Ford Scholarship Fund. They would do one $5,000 scholarship every year for one kid from Steel Valley High School, which is where he went to school when he was a kid. In the last, 3 years, he's gone from one kid to 11 the first time. Every kid that signed up for the program, that signed up for the scholarship, got one. $5,000 for each of them. Last year, I believe it was 26. This year, 18 kids.
It's amazing, man. And they're really cool kids. And they're all-stars, man. Headed to badass schools. My man, Mr. Bazzi, good morning, sir. How are you?
Marty, good morning. Good morning, Patrick.
It's a hell of a thing you did last night. What do you get out of it, man? What do you get out of it?
It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. We talked about this a little bit last night. First of all, thank you for being there, Patrick. Thank you for being there. It's really something that I'm just so darn proud to be able to do. And the more time that goes on, and I still think about it, because last night was really I'm still absorbing it.
Yeah.
It's the first year I went personally, and it just touched me from so many different directions. And the saying that I told you last night, if you have the ability, you have the responsibility.
Nice.
And that is just, I think it says all. And I've been fortunate in my life. And I'm grateful for the way I started, where I started, and it is still bad. I mean, the church where this was held last night,
right.
I could throw a football and hit my house where I grew up. It was that close to it. But so yes, and life does come full circle. I have so much to say about it, but being able to provide this opportunity, I mean, it's just you guys saw it, you felt it. John Strom, who's the principal, I actually went to school with his dad, and which is really cool. And he's his twin, believe it or not. And so that resonates. And then Chris Kelly, the mayor, and Betty Esper, and just all these wonderful people who have been and she's very hard not to love.
Yeah.
But it's all these people that have been so influential, I would say, I guess, along the way. But not realizing that they would be that influential looking back.
Hey, man, there was
if we can make it
three of the stories that kind of blew me away. We grabbed this young girl. She was so shy. She started to cry, actually. Bazzy's going to end up paying for her nursing degree at Community College of Allegheny County. So that $5,000 that you gave this girl creates a nurse. It's kind of sweet, brother. Is it not, Richard?
Yeah. It's honestly, Marty, it's really cool. And, when you do talk to them and you see I love seeing these kids, whether it's college, whether it's a tech school, whether the one young lady's going to Empire Beauty School. Obviously she can't help me because I don't have hair. But, it's just, it is wonderful to see the humility in these kids.
Yeah.
That, I mean, they're not entitled.
No.
They're not. Didn't you see that?
Oh, yeah, brother. They were so grateful, man.
They really are. They really are. And it's a big difference. I mean, I've seen some other school districts that might be.
I'd agree.
And this school, Steel Valley.
He's right.
I mean, we come from, blue collar, hard work, get it done. That's what we do.
No, I loved it. Another girl going to Penn State, Maine, she was crying. This young brother with red hair, I love this kid. Very charming. Going to probably the best black university, one of the top universities in America, in D.C., Howard
University.
Going to be an architect. He was so proud of that. He was so proud of his relationship with the school and the community and you, Richard. My man, you've made a mark, man. It's a good mark. Kind of cool, isn't it?
Well, it's cool that we have the ability to do it. It's cool that we can maybe give young people something to look at and say, evaluate their own lives and evaluate their own choices throughout the life. I didn't always make the best choices.
Same.
And so, in hoping that you can help steer away any of the poor choices that might be presented to them, and to know that there's an end game and to be able to look back. It's like I said to John Strom last night. When I grew up here and I went to Steel Valley High School, I graduated. I immediately went to Duquesne University. I didn't finish. I immediately went to Duquesne University because I realized I quit because I couldn't wait to leave here.
Wow.
I wanted to leave.
Wow.
I wanted to. I couldn't wait to. And so I did, and I went to Southern California. Right. And after putting my time in there, I realized that I left the wrong place, that home is here. Home, this is, you think you're on the wrong side of the tracks until you really are on the wrong side of the tracks. And then you realize the right side is what you left.
My man, you gave out almost $100,000 last night. There are very few people that I know that are wealthy and famous like yourself that do that sort of thing. And
I'm none of the above, but
you do it with a lot of. You're very humble about this stuff, and people don't realize that either. You actually feel uncomfortable in crowds like that, and you don't really particularly like that much attention, which is kind of interesting as well, isn't it, sir?
You would say people might think that's an oxymoron to say that I don't like that attention.
But hold on, this is where we're similar. Guys like us, it's actually funny. Guys like us who are actually out front all day long actually like to be in a hole with a blanket over our heads, quite frankly, when we can be. It's actually kind of interesting. But that's another story for our therapist, brother.
Yeah, oh boy, I have 3. But it was wonderful, Marty. I mean, Patrick does such a wonderful job for you and for us. And you're a celebrity. I mean, people gravitate towards you.
I'm a big
shot. One person, yeah, you are. You're big time.
I am.
And the best chocolate chip cookies in the world, of course, made by Michael Ronco at
Nancy B's.
Nancy B, right? And he was there, and man, he's a gem. But that's what we were around last night, Marty. We were around a room full of gems, a room full of people that have humility, that have gratitude, that care about what tomorrow brings.
I can't believe here's my takeaway from this is what he's saying is so relevant. Because here's what happens. Folks drive through like, oh, my God, this region sucks. Oh, my God, there's no jobs. Oh, my God, all these kids are bad kids. And then you go in there and you're like, damn, was I wrong? Man, these are stars, man.
Yes.
It was a beautiful thing, man.
It was. And I'm so grateful that I was there. Chelsea and Kara, of course.
Fantastic.
I'd say, I'm not sure I want to go. And then, of course, get the gun out, put it in my back and say, no, you're going.
Right.
So, but thank goodness for them. And they do such a great job for us, for me. I'm blessed. At this point in my life, I'm blessed.
You are my man. Thanks, brother.
Thanks, Marty.
Oh,
Thanks,
man.
Patrick.
It was really cool stuff. Really cool stuff from a pretty cool guy. Hey, man, $100,000, pretty much. Made a lot of people happy last night, including myself. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser and Genesis. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty, and traffic on the inbound side of the Parkway West backing once again right around the top of Green Tree Hill. And we do have some sluggish traffic on the approach ramps to the outbound side of the Fort Pitt Bridge. It's moving for you through the tunnels and all the way out toward the airport, but you are looking at slow traffic coming off of the Portal Bridge and also in that bathtub section as you approach Stanwix heading up onto the bridge. Parkway East inbound slows at Britton Road. No delays on 28 or the Parkway North. HOV lanes are now closed. With AAA traffic, I'm Kathy Bergman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. The NFL draft is behind us and your favorite team is now gearing up for week number 1. The free Odyssey app puts you right in the middle of the pro football conversation with the biggest sports radio stations from across the country. The local voices who know your team the best, giving you their unfiltered takes on the current state of your squad. It's always football season on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today.
So, Oakmont Bakery is bringing back the Dosant. Larry, you know what that is? It's made daily, April 4th through May 30th. The Dosant combines the shape of a creamy interior of a donut, and the creamy exterior of flaky layers of a croissant. See? It's available in plain, vanilla, cream, and fresh strawberry. Let me say this. I've had it, and I love it. You know why? Because it's delicious. Oakmont Bakery. Check it out.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Company.
It's what's happening right now.
This is the New York City Police Department. You have been warned as per City College to leave the campus.
Young people are being influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children.
Keeping you informed.
Anti-Semitism is a virus.
And up to date.
The administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in.
Check in often
with 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland with some exciting news for baseball enthusiasts over 50. Have you heard about the Senior Slugger Program? It's a partnership between AARP Pennsylvania and the Washington Wild Things. Here's the deal. You can get 8 complimentary tickets for every Wednesday home game this season, and thanks to Burke's Food, hot dogs for $1. All you have to do is fill out the registration form at PAAARP@aarp.org. Batter up.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, and Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Joe, with wind damage and storm damage, you help a lot of people with their roof and siding issues.
Yes, Larry. We work from A to Z with the homeowner and the insurance company, and all you have to do is call for a free estimate.
412-829-7711. 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Trust JP Roofing and Siding. Call now.
Here's your Jill on Money question of the day.
Amy from New England asks, I'm facing my first required minimum distribution this year without any real withdrawal strategy planning. I'm guessing it's too late to make any significant change. Am I stuck with this enormous RMD that will impact my income tax and will do nothing but grow larger every year? Well, Amy, my first question is if you actually need the money to live on. If the answer is yes, then of course, take those RMDs as is. But if you don't need the money and you're at least 70 and a half, you may want to look into a qualified charitable distribution.
Have a question? Go to JillOnMoney.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. At Progressive, we're making things even easier. We'll help you bundle your home and car insurance together so you can save on both. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
The countdown to November 5th is happening now.
Biden, Trump. There's a lot to consider.
The 2024 election.
The border.
The economy.
Prices keep going up. Inflation for sure.
All you need to know is on
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Marty, I'm here. 10 to 2, I'm here to say, spread the word. We have what we would describe as breaking news. This is not good. On the Pitt campus, massive construction project right there near the Peterson Event Center, massive. A woman just got hit by a construction cylinder, whatever that is. Could be a big pipe or something. Officer on the scene says it's very bad and needs a supervisor ASAP, and this might be a DOA. Again, happening right now in Oakland at in that big, massive, right there where they're building that new event center for Pitt and all the students. And this is what's coming in. Officer on the scene right there says it's bad, needs a supervisor, could be a DOA. Woman hit by a construction cylinder.
Marty, that's the upper campus, right?
Yes, sir. It is. Peterson's way up the hill. The concern is, obviously anyone hurt would be horrible, but the concern is it could be a student. If you've seen that construction project, there are students all over the place. We will stay on top of this and let you know. God, awful. All right, I wanted to play you something. And I'll tell you why. As you know, Mark Sorrell is one of my boys. He's one of my close friends. I've known him for 20 years. I would consider Mark a family, the Oakmont Bakery family members. Mark was accused of stealing ridiculous small amounts of berries, strawberries from Walmart. Turns out he didn't. Turns out they were wrong. Turns out they dropped all the charges. Turns out they screwed him over, quite frankly. What he can't do is fix all the idiots out there who think he's a criminal. All right? All right. For those of you who think this was an isolated incident, this doesn't happen anywhere else. I wanted to play this sound sent to me from Atlanta. So this remember the context. Mark Sorrell accused of stealing a couple $100 worth of bakeries on a sale of about $10,000 worth of fruit at a checkout. The self-serve thing. That self-checkout crap that's flawed and screwed up. This just came in out of Atlanta. Listen to this. Samantha. Thank you.
County man who was wrongfully accused of shoplifting from a local Walmart.
A call to Fox 5 helped clear their names in a case authorities say Walmart employees got wrong. News reporter Joy Dukes is live tonight with the story. Joy, you spoke with that man and his son, who actually works for Walmart. Yeah, Tom, Christine, that is exactly right. His son works at another Walmart location nearby. He tells me that is why he never would have imagined finding himself on the other end of a theft accusation. But that is exactly what happened when he and his father visited this Walmart over the weekend. It all started with an assumption.
There's a warrant for his arrest for shoplifting.
The assumption that surveillance video from this Walmart on Browns Bridge Road showed a father and son stealing from the store.
This is them running around.
Shopper Michael Cruz tells Fox 5 the video leaves out a few fundamental details.
The security guard had started the tape and started looking while we were at the sand, or while we were looking for a car to get to sand. She didn't bother to go back an extra 2 minutes to see that we were actually in line at the cash register.
That portion of the video landed Cruz and his 18-year-old son, Parsa Sarobi, in jail for a night on theft by taking charges. The sheriff's office says it issued misdemeanor warrants based on the video Walmart provided.
When they put me in the handcuffs, I told them I said, I work at Walmart. Why would I steal from there?
Cruz says the sand was for a sandbox he was building for his 4-year-old son, who was with him at the time, and he had a receipt to prove it.
The purchase was $71, but the sand itself was $49.97. And there was not one doubt in my mind that we had taken that we had done anything wrong.
He says it wasn't until he reached out to Fox 5 and we reached out to the sheriff's office that they realized there had been a mistake.
A detective was immediately sent to Walmart that morning. I would say within minutes of the phone call. They reviewed the tapes. They determined that what happened was that we purchased the sand from the cashier.
The solicitor's office dropped the charges, expunged both their records, and reimbursed their bond. He says that mistake may have cost his son his future.
We're going to take out a warrant for somebody's arrest, and you've got to be 100% sure. You have to realize what this is doing to that person.
Sound familiar? That's enough. Not about that. Thanks, Tim. Sound familiar, Patrick?
Really familiar.
Come on, man. Come on.
Wow.
Wow. A total screw job by Walmart.
And now forever, when that person's Googled, that video's coming up.
Boom. And he was arrested, and there was a warrant. Where does Mark Sorreo get his name back with these clowns that call him a thief and make jokes about strawberries every single time they mention Oakmont Bakery? Someone, some player, some big brain, big shot lawyer is going to have to sue the crap out of them to stop this madness. You cannot do that to people. So that you know that wasn't a unique case involving my good friend, Mark Sorreo.
When you start your car, you can start your mind.
I think that it's important to be informed on what's going on.
If you don't have the facts, you can't think for yourself.
You got to figure out what's going on.
And accelerate your intelligence.
With 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Saturday morning at 7 on Pittsburgh Works, it's another edition of Breakfast with Dorothy's Candies. Join Nan Cohen and her guests as they talk about all that Dorothy's has to offer to make this Mother's Day so special. That's Saturday morning at 7 on KDKA Radio.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
So, hey, it's Marty. You know, we're getting there at spring, right here. It's going to get real windy. A lot of trees leaning over toward your house, leaning over in the yard. Tree branches in a precarious position. Here's what you got to do. You got to call my boy, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Insane pricing, the best training, the best equipment. I've used Carlos at my house several times, and my neighbors. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-TREE.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
74 and overcast. At 11 o'clock, I'm Paul Rasmussen. A man facing drug charges has shared a surprising reaction to his release on non-monetary bond during an interview. Jan Carlos Cepeda, the man charged with possession of a large amount of cocaine after his arrest at the downtown bus station, told investigators he was shocked he was able to walk out of jail.
And that judge let him go, and he expected at least a $400,000 bond put on him, which didn't happen.
Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Kraus told KDK Radio's Marty Griffin a few minutes ago Cepeda was a flight risk, and that Judge Xander Orenstein was advised not to release him. Cepeda promptly left Pittsburgh for New York City, blowing off a preliminary hearing. He was tracked down and brought back yesterday. 2 men were killed in 2 overnight shootings in a span of 2 hours. A few minutes before 10:30 p.m., 911 was called about a shooting in the 2900 block of Palm Green Avenue in McKeesport. First responders found a man with gunshot wounds inside a vehicle. He died at the scene. And around 12:30 a.m., ShotSpotter notified police of gunfire near the intersection of Bedford Avenue and Watt Lane in Bedford dwellings. Officers found a man in the street with a gunshot wound to the head. He was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 Pittsburgh area EMS agencies are getting national recognition. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush tells us about them.
Both authorities were recognized by the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services, an independent agency that establishes a comprehensive series of standards for the industry. Chief Chris Dale of McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority tells KDKA Radio.
It's the highest standard set forth in the industry. There are 18,000 ambulance services in the United States. Only 186 have achieved this particular accreditation.
To kick off the start of National EMS Week, McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority will host an open house on May 19th at the Wexford headquarters. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
The nation's employers pulled back on hiring in April, adding 175,000 jobs. It's a sign high interest rates may be taking a toll on the economy. Last month's hiring was down sharply from 315,000 in March and below the 233,000 economists predicted. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 325 points at 38,551. The Nasdaq is up 264 points. The S&P is up 44. Catholic Charities is revamping a diocese building in the 100 block of the Boulevard of the Allies into a new resource hub for the homeless. Compassion Corner will provide medical and dental services at a free health care center, free job training, crisis case management, and mental wellness programs. KDKA Sports, the Rockies visit the Pirates tonight. Martin Perez is the Bucs starter. You can catch the game at 6:40 on 93.7 The Fan. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, making life better one roof at a time. TrustPJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:03. Skies are overcast. It is 74 at Pittsburgh International. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
This is an announcement to all United States vehicle owners who own a 2003 or newer vehicle with a manufacturer's warranty about to expire, or no warranty coverage at all. With a struggling economy and the cost of living on the rise, Endurance is now offering an affordable, low-cost vehicle coverage plan to the general public. As of today, you could be one of millions of drivers that now may qualify to have your vehicle protected under this coverage and have all future covered auto repairs paid directly to the repair shop for you. You pick your plan. You pick your deductible. You even pick the repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental coverage is included. Get your vehicle protected now and save your wallet from costly vehicle repairs. A toll-free number has been established for you to call for your free 5-minute quote and to see if you qualify. The number to call is 800-296-8708. 800-296-8708. Again, that's 800-296-8708.
Coverage, deductibles, and claims may vary. For details, go to endurancewarranty.com.
You're seeing in the weather. NASCO had to come to our house. We have some sort of a leak, and we couldn't find it. Guess what happened? NASCO came out, immediately returned our calls, immediately came to our house. They immediately fixed the problem. NASCO inspected the roof. NASCO's professionals did the job. If you need a new roof or roof repairs, NASCO Roofing is the only company you want to call. 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000, NASCO. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty. Lots of folks heading into downtown by way of the Parkway West right now. It is starting to slow right around the Carnegie Interchange. It picks up speed just a bit, but then we're back to about a fourth of the way down the far side of Green Tree Hill, heading into the Four Pit Tunnels. Parkway East is slow for you right around the Wilkinsburg on-ramp into the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. 28 looks pretty good, picking up a little more volume there, but it's still doing pretty well as you make your way into the north side and over on the Parkway North. No major issues for you there. North Shore Expressway looks pretty good. It does still slow heading up to the outbound side of the Four Pit Bridge off the Portal Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Kathy Berggren on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Variable cloudiness the rest of today and quite warm this afternoon with a thunderstorm popping up, the high 85. Then mostly cloudy and mild tonight with some showers, even a thunderstorm, low just 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So, last time I was downtown, we went to a show, Liberty Avenue. There's this cool comedy club. Really cool, actually. And magicians and stuff like that. And I parked on Liberty Avenue. And we got in our car. And as soon as we got in the car, there were 10 people beating the hell out of each other in the middle of the street. Seriously. Now, last Thursday night, a bunch of idiot juveniles, about 40 of them. It was described to me by cops who were there. It looked like a WWE match. They picked up these folding chairs. I guess they were there for an event and beat the hell out of each other, 40 of them. Then I saw a video of these punks / thugs / morons, pick your superlative, beating the hell out of one man. Then they got an idiot kid yesterday with a gun in his backpack. And by the way, this isn't new or news. That bus stop right there on Liberty Avenue, where the buses kind of all meet at the same place. The Port Authority cops are always over there. They should have a shooting range there so people can practice their shooting because there's so many gunfire. And the kids all get there together every day and beat the hell out of each other. What happened was they don't have buses, and so they give the kids passes so they all get out of school and they all hate each other, so they beat the hell out of each other every day. It's kind of like a sport for them after school, special stuff. They kind of beat the crap out of each other. And now it's migrating over to Market Square, which is grimy and grungy. What's my point? I love downtown. I love Pittsburgh. I grew up here. It's my town like it's your town. And there are little baby step improvements downtown, but downtown sucks. Until I can tell you that I'd feel cool with my wife walking alone at night through Market Square, then downtown sucks. There's several reasons, but a lot of it is there aren't enough cops. And there aren't enough cops because they can't train enough and they can't hire enough, they don't pay enough. And so as a result, downtown sucks. And I mean, here's a guy that I know really well. Saw a man defecating downtown 2 nights ago. And people pick on me. The mayor gets upset about this, and some of the downtown folks who want to praise downtown and say we'll have 300,000 people down there tomorrow. Cool. That's fine. That's great that you do this. It doesn't take away from the fact that now we have all these punks congregating downtown because they know they can beat the hell out of each other down there, and they think that's fun. Who knows better than I do? Sam DeMarco, one of my favorite people Republican Party chairman, county councilman. Downtown sucks, doesn't it, Sam?
Well, Marty, that may be a little bit of a strong statement here, but I think that all the folks that are talking about the good news happening downtown, yes, there are some good things happening, but we can't lose sight of the other things that aren't happening. And as you talked about recently, there have been a number of fights with many of these young kids, and it's not just a couple fights. No. I mean, as you mentioned, you have 80 to 100 youth sitting there, fighting. It's insane. And I have a friend that was downtown, lives downtown, and had rushed down from his apartment the other night. This was last Friday,
right?
Because they were fighting at the bus stop right outside there, Liberty and Fifth.
Oh yeah.
And his wife was pulling into the parking garage, and they were rushing. He thought they were rushing her car.
Wow.
Okay.
Sam, hold on, man. I know you don't want to say downtown sucks, but that indicates to me downtown sucks. I'm sorry, man.
Well, look,
come on.
Look, when you look at the situation, it can the answers are always complex. But Marty, it boils down to something that you've been talking about and I've been talking about for years: is we need more police.
Right.
Okay?
All the time, brother. All the time.
And you talk about the challenges in trying to recruit or hire and pay our police officers. It should have never gotten to this point.
Nope.
Where they are so understaffed that we don't have the ability to put them downtown. I mean, the mayor was just out yesterday.
Yeah.
Last night, I think, was out talking about traffic calming. You know what calms traffic? Police.
Right on.
Okay. We need to hire more. The city needs to hire more police officers, and that will solve a lot of problems.
You know what, Sam? There is no acceptable level of crap downtown. I mean, a guy just sent me a text. He was down there with his friends on Thursday and saw a man crapping in the street. Now, I don't know about you, Sam, but I'm not really familiar with that activity in a downtown area, and I don't want my wife or kids seeing that. And I know you don't. It's not acceptable at any level, Sam, ever. It isn't, man.
It is absolutely not acceptable. And again, for the folks, I understand the mayor and his team and others who try to cheerlead for downtown. And Marty, in all fairness, I frequently go downtown and visit some of the restaurants.
Same.
Okay?
Same.
But, at the same time, that doesn't forgive the behavior that we're seeing. Like you talk about people, open urination and defecation in the streets, the fights with the kids, and we just talked about that. You talked about the night before last, the young man who fled from the police, dropped his backpack, and a gun was found in there in which the serial number and everything had been filed off, okay? There was a shooting in Monday night, late Monday night in Troy Hill over the north side. The young man, the 18-year-old man that was killed in that shooting was involved in a beating in Market Square back on February 23rd.
Wow.
So we have problems. We don't have enough police. And from the county perspective, we don't have Schumann Center open yet.
Still.
Okay? No.
Come on,
it is
Sam.
not,
Come on, Sam.
So look, there's no way, there's no accountability for these kids.
There isn't, man.
Okay? So they know. They laugh at the police.
They do.
They laugh at the judges because they know that they'll be right back out on the street. And I get some of the bleeding heart liberals who tell me that institutionalization and incarceration is not the answer. Well, I agree, but you know what? Releasing these kids right back into the same environment, into the same home situation, with the same friends that caused them to make these poor choices to put them out on the street, that's not the answer either.
Hey, my man, why do you think these kids come downtown? Because they know they can, and they can beat the hell out of each other there freely.
Exactly. They know that there'll be no repercussions.
Right. No one cares. Sam, I tell you what, all I hear is downtown's better. Okay. Whatever. I'll tell you what, your buddy doesn't feel comfortable living downtown right now, does he? There's no way, man. There's no way.
No, absolutely. And look, they made some progress with the homeless situation downtown. Not enough, in my opinion, but they made some.
They have.
Okay, so I mean, taking down some of those encampments, was a good start. Okay, but we need to do not just more. We need to do much more. I mean, this is our urban core. This is the county seat in downtown Pittsburgh. And you know what? Fixing some of these problems will help fix others.
Hey, Sam.
We talk about the vacancy rates in the downtown commercial buildings. Many of those folks didn't want to come back to work because they didn't view it as being safe.
Right.
They didn't like the aggressive panhandling.
Right. Hey, the PNC guy runs all PNC. He was assaulted downtown. Right there. Yeah. Right there downtown. Right outside their building.
Yep.
And didn't want anyone to know. Well, they know. Look,
They know now.
My man, when you have 40 people beating the hell out of each other with chairs in Market Square, which is a gathering place for families and young kids, you got a problem, brother.
You're absolutely right. And you know what? When they talk about, hey, we have 300,000 people downtown for an event, yes. And then you call out every single police officer you can, that you cancel overtime, you cancel days off and everything else, and then you think that that's a success. A success is when we can go down every day.
Right.
And feel safe.
Right.
And not feel threatened.
Right.
That's what a success is.
It is. Until it's that gleaming city on the hill, it's grimy. And that's a fact, and it sucks until it's great. There is no middle ground. You can't just say, well, there's just some people beating the hell out of each other. You can't do that, Sam. There's a zero tolerance. The old broken window policy. You know what I'm saying? Back in New York in the 70s.
Absolutely. And that's what works, because what happens is, and we just saw this with recent protests, Marty, across the country.
Yep.
It's the mob mentality.
Right.
When folks in a mob see someone act out,
right,
and they see them get away with it with no repercussions or accountability, then they start to act out. And then the thing builds and rolls and continues. It builds steam, okay? You can't allow that to happen. Broken windows policing. It's all right for folks to protest. It's all right for them to do whatever. But the first time they break the law, they need to be held accountable. And that sets the red line.
Hey, my man.
For
My favorite hotel in the world is William Penn. Absolutely love that joint. We're there for this special dinner. I have to use the bathroom. The bathroom's locked. Why? Because, folks, I'm not exaggerating. Homeless people were taking a crap on the carpet in the lobby of the damn hotel. Until that's all gone from downtown will be shaky at best. That's a fact.
Oh, yeah. And Marty, and you have a lot of these folks out there, the bleeding heart liberals, who want you to take and buy and build new housing for these folks, when look at how they treat the stuff that you do provide. You know, the porta-johns that were provided downtown previously.
It's disgusting.
You know, how those were, I don't know, called vandalized, but excrement was smeared all over.
Disgusting, Sam.
Okay?
Thanks for being honest, brother.
Look, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
There is.
I'm not sure we have the leadership in the city that's willing to take and prioritize what needs to be done and to get it done.
Right on.
And that's a concern to all of us.
Yes, sir. Thanks, Sam. You're the man.
You got it. Thanks, Marty.
It's tough being honest, but he's honest. Prove me wrong, man. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Boomer Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty. It looks like we may have an accident here over on the inbound side, the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge, as you come off of 65 and the Parkway North, right at that merge point. So just watch for some flashing lights there. A little slow for you as you make your way onto the bridge, and then it's moving pretty well for the outbound side of the Parkway West. Inbound delays are looking a little bit better, but we're still backing just before Green Tree into the tunnels. Parkway East delays begin right around that Wilkinsburg on-ramp as you head down toward the Squirrel Hill tunnels. With AAA Traffic on the 5s, I'm Kathy Bergman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. And here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Traffic jams, tailgating, pileups. Ugh, the joys of driving. How could it get worse? The federal government wants to have a say in what you drive. That's right. The Biden administration's EPA is pushing mandates that would ban 2 out of every 3 vehicles on the road today.
Don't let Washington become your backseat driver. Protect the freedom of driving your way. Visit EnergyCitizens.org. Paid for by the American Petroleum Institute.
So, hey, it's Marty. You know, we're getting there. It's spring right here. It's going to get real windy. A lot of trees leaning over toward your house, leaning over in the yard. Tree branches in a precarious position. Here's what you got to do. You got to call my boy Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Insane pricing, the best training, the best equipment. I've used Carlos at my house several times, and my neighbors. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-TREE. As you know, I've had cancer treatment. The chemotherapy radiation jacked up my balance, big time. Got to hold on to railings, up and down stairs. Feel uneasy doing any sort of hiking. I've even fallen a few times. I need help. I found it. I'm serious. Physical, F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L. Game-changing physical therapy. One-on-one patient treatment. At Physical, they're experts in dizziness and balance disorders, knee and back pain, cutting-edge technology. Physical, 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So, in summary, let me just mention the last week downtown so you understand that I'm not being a jagoff. So in the last week downtown, we had folks sending us videos of folks overdosing in PPG Place and nodding off from fentanyl in PPG Place. Okay? It's okay. We had 40 kids beating the crap out of each other with chairs in Market Square. Okay? We had a massive fight in front of the bus stop there and right there on Fifth Avenue. Okay? We had a kid who was involved in a shooting. We had a kid who was involved in a shooting that was had a gun in his backpack downtown. It's an intolerable level of ridiculousness. I have friends who went down. One of my boys went down, and he sent me this note. And in the note he said, there was a man, human waste in the alleyway, went to Market Square Sunday, very dirty, and we were all well armed. There you go. That's nice. Hey, a lot going on here, and we wanted to help you folks out here. This is more of another consumer alert regarding idiots trying to scam people. Kraus and his people were talking about scammers who said they were from the sheriff's office and literally scammed a poor woman out of 30 grand. Now there's more, I'm being told. We have, is it Kevin? Are you back, Sheriff?
It's Mike, Marty.
All right, Mike Manco, who's one of my favorite people on earth with the Sheriff's Department. More scam ridiculousness, right, Mike?
Yeah, I wanted to give you a quick update on the scams that the sheriff talked about on Wednesday.
Yeah.
We received information this morning that the scam, your message is getting out when the bad guys are reacting to your message. So we received information this morning that the scammers have changed their approach. They are now calling people twice. The first call is from a random number in which they tell the person, you're about to get a call from 412-350-4700, which is the sheriff's office. Whoa. We can assure you this is a legitimate call. And it's not a legitimate call. Again, just to reiterate the message from Wednesday, we will never arrest somebody over the phone, and we will never ask for money or payment over the phone. So we cannot stress enough to folks out there, if you get a call like this, hang up, call us directly, and we will confirm with you that it is a scam.
Well, Mike, so these criminals, they call once, and then they say they're calling back from a 350 number, which actually is the number for the sheriff's office, right?
Right, but they're spoofing the number. They're making the number show up on caller ID like it's real when it isn't.
But so help me out here, because I'm stupid. Do they call back a second time, Mike?
No, they'll call you the first time, and they'll say, hey, Marty, This is the sheriff's office. There's a lot of scams going around.
Oh.
We want to let you know you're about to get a call from 412-350-4700. We can tell you it's a legitimate call, and in fact, it's not legitimate. It's an attempt to scam you.
Oh. And what's their pitch this time? Is it the same scam, or what are they trying to get?
It's always the same. They talk about having warrants for failure to show up, failure to report for jury duty, or contempt of court. And they say, if you don't pay us money right now, we're going to come out and arrest you. And they always target people whose jobs depend on certifications or licenses, because that creates a stressful situation for the person, because if they get arrested, it could affect their employment.
Oh. How do they know that? How do they find these people who have certifications?
Because of social media.
Oh. So they go through social media and what? Look, let's say for a beautician, right? Someone who cuts hair.
Right.
They have a license.
Right.
And then they find that person's number, and they
Correct.
call them and say, we're coming to you with a warrant, and if they get arrested, they lose their license.
That's possible, sure.
And so they scare them into giving them money.
Right, and we empathize with the fact that when somebody's on the phone telling you you're about to be arrested and go to jail, that's a very stressful situation. But it's exactly that stress that they're using to force people to make decisions that they wouldn't normally make.
Damn. And so they kind of changed their game a bit based on the fact that you guys put the word out that they were doing this on Wednesday.
100%.
That's amazing, Mike. Wow. Has anyone actually been scammed with this new method yet, or is this just happening now?
No, people are reporting the calls, but nobody's fallen for it yet that we know of.
Hey, Mike, why do you think that people fall for this stuff? Or they must have warrants. I mean, honest. I mean, a lot of people do.
Well, no. It's a high-stress situation when somebody's talking about coming out and arresting you.
You're right.
And when you're under stress, you're not thinking clearly, and you make decisions that you normally wouldn't make without that added stress and anxiety.
Wow. Mike Manco. You never, ever, ever call anyone and ask them for money, do you, sir?
Never.
Never. Thanks, Mike. You're the best. Appreciate it.
All right. Thanks, Marty.
Wow. It's fascinating.
Wow.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
No. And so somehow, do you know how that works electronically? How do they steal it so that the number, they're not actually calling from the number you see on your screen? How do they do that?
The spoofing has been around for a while.
Right.
I mean, there's software that they can use and websites they can use to mask a phone number.
I see.
Just like you can change on your phone, you can change what comes up on caller ID when you call from your cell phone.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So it's kind of like that, just a little more high tech.
And I had no idea that they were calling folks that have licenses that would be suspended if they were arrested. I had no idea.
It makes sense, or it could be in jeopardy of losing it or losing their coverage.
So they go through Facebook or social media looking for someone describing themselves as someone that needs a license.
They're probably data mining things like LinkedIn and all these other pages that are out there. You know, there's directories for every professional organization under the sun.
No, you're right. I'm wondering, Max just asked an interesting question. I wonder if they have accents. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
If they have access to what?
Accent, like
accents.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
A Middle Eastern accent or...
It depends. Well, we heard the sheriff talking about one of the scammers that they found recently was operating out of a prison in Georgia.
Yeah, that was fascinating.
So that wasn't someone foreign somewhere.
It wasn't, sir. They were doing it out of a prison. Great memory. All right, folks, don't ever give anyone a nickel that says they're from law enforcement because they don't ever ask for money like that. It's stupid. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Andy Amrine here for my favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Legacy Box is offering a 60% discount. discount. Order yours today and take advantage of our best Mother's Day sale ever. Visit legacybox.com/value, and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value for 60% off. legacybox.com/value.
Meaty savings going on now at all 8 Coons Market stores.
USDA Choice Center Cut Lamb Loin Chops, just $9.99 per pound. And with reward card savings, USDA Choice Certified Hereford Beef Porterhouse or T-Bone Steaks, only $9.99 per pound.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's overcast and 74 at 11:30. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Reports from the scene say a woman was seriously injured this morning near a big construction project underway in Oakland. A woman who was hit in the head by a large cylinder in the construction area near the Peterson Event Center. The object that hit her also apparently struck a vehicle and caused damage. Some rain is ahead this weekend. There's a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon, and AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg says it continues through Marathon Sunday.
Tomorrow morning, probably dry to start the day, but as we go deeper into the day, the risk of a shower or thunderstorm increases, and then I think it's a pretty widespread across the area tomorrow night and into early Sunday, which is going to have an impact on the marathon on Sunday.
Today's high temperature will be 18 degrees above average for early May. A special promotion begins next week to pay tribute to the men and women in uniform who've paid the ultimate price. It's called A Season to Remember, taking place at every Washington Wild Things home game.
A fallen hero from the Western Pennsylvania area will be honored in that game. And at that game as well will be his or her Gold Star family members to pay tribute and honor to that hero.
That is John Dudo, Executive Director of Legacies Alive on the Big K Morning Show. Opening day is May 10th. A Season to Remember runs through September 1st. For details, go to legaciesalive.com. An ongoing healthcare staff shortage at the Allegheny County Jail is coming to light. Among the findings presented at last night's Jail Oversight Board meeting, no therapists are working at the jail. 8 full-time positions are vacant. Jail officials say they are recruiting and point out several mental health nurses and other employees are helping inmates. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 359 points at 38,585. The Nasdaq is up 278. The S&P up 49 points. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:32. Our next update at noon on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Hi, Paul Alexander here with a challenge. A challenge might not be the best choice of words, so let's say an opportunity. Take the opportunity to lose 40 by the 4th with Awaken 180. Has a different ring to it when you have a finish line, doesn't it? 40 by the 4th. Maybe you looked at the scale this morning and it read 240 pounds. How about it reading 200 by the 4th of July? Maybe the scale says 300. Wouldn't the 260 number be a little nicer on your eyes and on your knees? It's attainable if you have the same results we all had with Awaken 180. I dropped 35 pounds in just 6 weeks. There's no reason you can't drop 40 by the 4th. Ring Independence Day in healthy, confident, and most importantly, feeling happy. You reached your goal with the help of Awaken 180. So crack open your beverage of choice and roast up the dogs because the weight's staying off thanks to the free support for life. For the Pittsburgh location or the at-home program, reserve your consult online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, Papa Bowser. Hey, Kath.
Hi, morning traffic around the area in pretty decent shape, but we do have traffic on the Parkway West. That's the heavy spot where we're backing from Green Tree into the Fort Pitt tunnels, and still have that inbound side of the Parkway East backing between Wilkinsburg and Edgewood-Swissvale into the tunnels. That disabled vehicle over on the inbound side or the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge has been cleared. All lanes are moving for you once again, and it looks pretty good as you come off of the North Shore Expressway, both from the 65 side and the Parkway North. With AAA traffic, I'm Kathy Berggren on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be quite warm this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm, high 81 to 85. Rather cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow, cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 72. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Marty Griffin. Man, I felt so bad for I felt so bad for these folks. You know, Patrick, you get to face the accuser, and then you get to have these victim statements in these trials. And then this Presdy case, she pled guilty to killing 17 people with insulin-based. Kind of sat there emotionless. But the victims spoke about the pain that they felt.
It's awful.
Awful. And they make this happen because they want this woman to feel pain. I don't know if she does. I think she's probably some sort of psychotic, right? I mean, it's hard to know.
I don't know.
We're going to talk to her lawyers, both of them, at the top of the next hour. But a guy, quite frankly, who has lived this pain of these victims, these family members whose loved ones were murdered by this woman, Rob Pierce, has been a warrior, man, in the middle of this thing. I heard stuff from Rob because they dug into these cases long before I heard anything from the Attorney General's office. Rob Pierce and his crew at Robert Pierce and Associates have been warriors on this thing. And Rob's been in court with this thing. Hey, Rob, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
So, for you personally, and I know, man, you're the guru. You've been around as long as I have, and we've been friends for more than 20 years, and you've heard a lot of painful things. But, my man, sitting in that courtroom yesterday, hearing that testimony of folks who had lost loved ones, that's painful stuff, is it not?
It is. Ironically, it was one of the most difficult days of my career hearing multiple families talk about the pain they've undergone. And yet, by the end, I will tell you, the families developed a bond amongst each other. It was almost like a healing process. Someone described it as maybe watching, 20 funerals, but when you listen to the eulogy, you realize you had something in common with each other. And I found that a very unique experience. I've never been in a situation where you've had, 22 victims, 17 that have passed away directly to Heather Presdy's hands, and a bond formed amongst these families. And I thought that something was truly unique to yesterday's proceeding.
You represent some of these families, right?
We do. We represent 5 families against the facilities where Heather Presdy worked.
And again, they'll never be healed, quite frankly. It's horrifying what happened to the loved ones.
They will not. Yesterday's just a step towards hopefully some alleviating of their pain.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think this helps a little, man?
I do. I personally think the victim impact statements, the concept is to, notify the court of the pain of the families. But I do think there's a healing process that these families go through in preparing their statements and articulating them in such a manner that they want the court, in this case Heather Presdy, to know how they feel. And I think that's a step forward for them to trying to get over this horrific event.
Hey, this BS that these were mercy killings, that she felt horrible because these folks were in pain, that's a blankety-blank lie, is it not, Mr. Pierce?
I thought one of the best statements came from a victim's family yesterday, where she looked at Heather Presdy and said, "You are not God, but you'll have to answer to God."
Nice.
And I think that summarizes it.
Hey, there's been a lot of back and forth, and I know you don't get into this because you handle big cases and you're on the criminal side of this. And I've been talking to a bunch of lawyers this morning about this. Folks that think she should have faced the death penalty. Do you have a position on that? Do you have a philosophy on that, sir? And did the families feel that way, sir?
The families spent a lot of time with the Attorney General's office going through the pros and cons of a full-fledged trial and multiple trials. I think the solace that everyone could take is that there is no chance of Heather Presdy ever being released from jail, ever being around a member of the public again. And I think that's something that they all were comfortable knowing she could not do this to someone else.
Hey, man, this testimony from this young man, her brother that had Down syndrome, and he said his mommy was his whole world. My God, man.
It's an awful situation, and as I said, hopefully the families can take a step forward and try to heal from this.
And when you're sitting there, man, and you hear someone say to her face, have fun with the devil, man, that gives me chills, Rob.
This is one of the most horrific things I've ever been involved in. Like I said, we represent 5 families, but there are 22 victims out there, 17 people that have passed away. And it's you could not ask for a worse situation. You're unfortunately dealing with a serial killer here that was in multiple facilities treating multiple patients with lots of people that dropped the ball and didn't stop this from happening.
Rob Pierce, who's actually one of my friends, we've been talking about this sort of thing for more than 20 years, but let's back up a little into COVID in the long-term care facility, the nursing care facility that was responsible for the deaths of more than 60 people due to COVID and mishandled that, which raises the bigger issue we've been talking about for a year now. How the hell am I supposed to know a facility that's safe for my mom or dad or my sister or brother or for myself, for that matter, in 10 years?
I think the practical answer is you never really know. You just have to take your time as a family member researching the facilities as best you can, coming in at unannounced times, unannounced visits, not just showing up at the holidays when they expect family to be there. But it really raises a lot of eyebrows. If we can't trust the healthcare system to care and protect, whether it be the elderly, those that are vulnerable due to disability or illness, it does shake you to the core. And the only thing I can say that I believe will come from this situation is that there is enough scrutiny that facilities have to change how they do things. And hopefully the legislators in Harrisburg understand we need to enforce the laws, we need to beef up the laws and make sure that all these instances are investigated so this doesn't happen again.
Hey, man, because you know so much about this, and your firm has been amazing in this area, is there a place you would trust to put your mom or dad or one of your loved ones or even yourself someday? Is there right now?
I would say there are definitely facilities out there that I may be more comfortable with than others, but it really is incumbent on the family to check these facilities out as much as you can, and honestly, as soon as you can. Oftentimes, they're rushed due to a sudden illness with someone or an elderly loved one that all of a sudden takes a turn for the worse, and that's when it's difficult, when you don't have much time and you have to really make a split decision. You want to try to avoid that as best you can by planning ahead.
One of my boys was on here yesterday and said the real F up was when she got passed along to 6 different facilities and no one gave a damn. It's true, right?
Yeah. What I can tell you is Heather Presdy, in about 4.5 years, worked at 11 different facilities.
Whoa, 11?
And yes, and for some for a few months, none of them for very long. And so there were lots of facilities over a short period of time.
So in Rob Kenya, my friend who is an expert in this area, said that they lost like 40% of their staff during COVID, so they're desperate to hire anyone, get anyone in the door. Is that part of it? They're desperate? I'm not defending this, Rob. I'm just saying.
No, I know what you're asking me. I would not blame COVID on this one because the incidents go back until 2018, 19, into 20, and then in 21, 22, 23. So you're talking about pre-COVID and post-COVID. I don't think it's accurate to say that they didn't have any staff due to COVID.
No, I'm with you.
But the other thing I will tell you is they're being paid by the government and by insurance policies to treat people. And you have to have the staff. If you're going to take money from, the government, in this case, taxpayer dollars, you have to have the staff to treat patients properly.
Hey, Rob, you're what I would describe. You're like me. You've seen all this stuff before. But when you're in there and you're seeing this and you're seeing all this pain, you get angry with her? You sickened by it, or you saddened by it on a personal level? Because you have a big family and deeply committed to that. How does this strike you emotionally? Someone who lives this kind of stuff.
It's very difficult when you hear the stories. When you look at the families, you see their pain. You try to be as objective as possible as a lawyer. And so you do have two sides. The personal side of you feels sorry, feels anger, and you have to put that aside and be objective so you can be a proper advocate and give them the proper advice when the time is required.
No, I get it, man. You've done a hell of a job, and I appreciate your insight. It's very helpful to people because you have the knowledge and you let people understand the truth. Thanks, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, man. It's tough. Rob Pierce. Man. True sociopath. Honestly, man. I'm sure there are a lot of pathologists and lawyers that want to study this case because she's a true sociopath serial killer. I did not know she worked at 11 places in 4 years. I thought it was 6. That's my error.
We thought it was 6. Wow.
That's
11.
even worse. It's even worse. Ah. Wow. Yeah, and Rob is texting me, Rob Caney, who knows this business inside and out. Dereliction of duty, complete lack of competence. Anyone that hired this woman, he's right. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Movement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. Hey, Kath.
Hi, Marty. Traffic around the area still a little bit busy on a couple of the parkways, but other than that, we're in pretty good shape. The inbound side of the Parkway West does slow just before Green Tree into the Four Pit Tunnels. And if you're making your way inbound on the Parkway East, we are backing once again from Wilkinsburg into the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway North, no major delays there. Looks good over onto the North Shore Expressway and the Fort Duquesne Bridge. HOV lanes are now open on the outbound side. And looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams on 79, looks pretty good northbound and southbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Kathy Berkman on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
KDKA, covered by Rhino Shield. Looks like paint and lasts for decades with a 25-year warranty.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends. Weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit, 800-902-5454, 800-902-5454.
We talked to Rob Pierce on this show a lot. He's one of my go-to guys. Why? He's on the cutting edge of what's happening out there right now. Personal injury law, Rob Pierce and Associates, they've been having supportive, compassionate legal representation, folks, for over 40 years. Come on. The personal injury attorneys at Rob Pierce and Associates work to make sure you have access to full and fair compensation for any loss you suffered due to an injury. In many cases, valid injury claims are undervalued, delayed, or denied by insurance companies in the hope that you will give up. You suffered a personal injury. Let the attorneys at Rob Pierce and Associates help. The firm handles all personal injury cases on a contingency basis, meaning there is no fee unless they win your case. Robert Pierce and Associates. No obligation. Contact Robert Pierce and Associates. 412-281-7229. 412-281-7229.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And by the way, Smail Kia Instant Access is a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. Check it out. Man, I sat on when I was a young man, I was in my early 20s. I was in Wichita Falls, Texas. I was skinny. I was stupid. Not a lot has changed. I'm just older. This guy was arrested for murdering this 83-year-old woman. Her name was Kate Rich. And I'm serious. I was right out of college. I had this big camera. We shot everything by ourselves. And Montague County, Texas, I went by myself. And this scrawny old man stood up in court accused of murdering this 83-year-old woman, cutting up her body and putting it in an oven, not to be grotesque. His name was Henry Lee Lucas. Look it up. Henry stands up and the judge says, guilty or not guilty, Henry. He said, guilty for this and 63 other murders. I was 22 years old. Unbelievable. People think this way, but it happens. John in Greenfield, good morning, sir.
Hey, top of the morning to you there, you Bonnie Scotsman. How are you today?
My brother, what's up?
Hey, Marty, I'm going to tell you something. When my in-laws were going through their last stages of life, and when my grandparents they were in the best place that they could possibly be. A place that they loved, a place where people loved them and took care of them, and they had the best care that they could possibly get. And you know where that place was, Marty? It was their homes.
Nice.
And we took care of them.
That's true.
And you know what?
It's a great point, actually.
We gave up some things.
Yeah.
But you know what? We lived up to our responsibilities.
True.
And you know what? Excuse me.
Oh.
In this throwaway society that we live in, you want the answers to these problems? Look in the mirror.
Yeah.
So you have to drive a Chevy instead of a Cadillac. So your your kids have to go to community college for 2 years instead of Columbia University. So be it. Because you know what? I have the self-respect and the dignity to know that I lived up to my responsibilities to take care of those who took care of me.
Nice, man. That's beautiful. And it's true, sir. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. Made my whole day. Oops, I'm sorry. I lost my mind. I do this every day now because I'm an idiot sometimes. Let's try Marianne. Hi, Marianne.
Yes, just a few comments on what Bob Pierce had to say. I am a nursing home administrator, and I want to tell you, I can give you some tips on how to choose a nursing home.
This is wonderful.
Okay, number one, you go about 10 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the things for that is you don't make an appointment. The things for that is this, and I'm going to say the smells, and you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, ma'am. If it smells like urine. Yeah.
Okay, the smells of the morning should be cleaned up. Okay?
Nice.
So you walk in, and I'm telling you, if the place smells like urine, you just turn on your heel and you leave.
Wow.
Because that's what your loved one has to smell 24 hours a day.
Hey, so you just show up randomly. Taste the food, I would say, too,
randomly. Right? Okay. So then you walk in, you tell them you want to have a tour because
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So as you're walking around, you take a good look at do they pay, or do the residents have their morning breakfast on their chest? In other words, did anybody clean them up?
Oh.
Okay? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, take a look at the women. Are they wearing polka dots and plaids? Okay, because that tells you a dignity issue.
Oh.
I mean, there's some women that might want to wear polka dots and plaids, but are 3/4 of all the women dressed like they just threw clothes on them?
I see.
Take a look at the men. Do they have 2 days shave? I mean, are they cleanly shaved, or are they real gristly looking?
Yeah.
Okay, and then take a look at the nursing assistants or the certified nursing assistants. They're the ones that are out there giving hands-on care to these residents every day. See if they're saying Mrs. Jones, or are they saying honeydew? You know, a woman not 80 years old, 90 years old doesn't want to be called honey. She wants to be called Mary.
Nice.
Or she wants to be called Mrs. Jones. Okay? So you take a look and you listen to what they're saying and what they're doing. And then you go back home, and you've made yourself, you were told that there's these nursing homes within the 5-mile area or whatever. You go back home and you look up Medicare.gov or nursingHome.gov.
Right.
Okay? And then you go in and look at that nursing home and look at their inspection.
Yes, I've done that many times. Yep.
And do they have, were they cited for bed sores?
Yep.
Cluster ulcers? Were they cited for falls? Were they cited for abuse?
Oh, you're wonderful.
Okay? And with those, and now I can tell you this, as a nursing home administrator, as a nurse, documentation is important, okay, that you write stuff down. But is it as important as turning somebody over in bed every 2 hours or more to prevent a bed sore?
Hey,
No.
let me ask you something. Hold on, Marianne. I don't want to lose you. We've thought about folks, and my man here, Patrick, who kind of puts this whole thing together, my partner here says that some of these nursing homes, put a camera in the room so that you can watch. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, they'll say that you can't do. They'll come back and say that you have to ask permission.
Yeah, but you can though.
Everybody who's being, okay. I'm sure you can, but you'd have to ask permission.
And I'm running out of time here. Are there good hold on. Are there good facilities out there?
There certainly are. I can't name them, but there certainly are. But there certainly are. But you need to do your homework.
And just show up randomly. Give a damn.
And show up randomly. You do not make an appointment. Okay?
Marianne, I love you. You're a superstar. You're a superstar, Marianne.
So, okay, well,
Thank
you
you.
take care and have a good day.
I love everything she said. Practical stuff.
Good information.
Easy to get to. Easy to pull off. Oftentimes in the world we live in, what the guy said is you should take care of your own parents. What happens is, what happened in Pittsburgh, we lost half our population, and half of the population in Florida, Arizona, California. People can't physically be here anymore to take care of their families.
Well, a lot of people also need more specialized care.
That's right.
This isn't just put mom and dad in the back room and
But
let 'em
people
hang
do
out
that.
all day.
And I love the fact that people do take care of their parents. And it's wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And there's more home care than ever before, but it's not for everyone, like Patrick says.
Saturday morning at 7 on Pittsburgh Works, it's another edition of Breakfast with Dorothy's Candies. Join Nan Cohen and her guests as they talk about all that Dorothy's has to offer to make this Mother's Day so special. That's Saturday morning at 7 on KDKA Radio.
Man, I was so sick recently. I was lying in the hospital bed at UPMC Presby and then Montefiore, thinking, here we go again with this serious illness. I haven't felt that bad in years and thought, I'm so tired of this. And then the UPMC folks stepped in. And the kindness and the consideration and the expertise. I'm serious about this. Literally has me back on my feet, feeling 100% again. UPMC, life-changing, life-saving information.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I learned it from my adoptive mom. Hold my hand.
You hold my hand.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. You can't imagine the reward. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
What's the room again?
1240, down at the end.
Ooh, what's that? Sammy, don't touch that. That's someone's old food.
Here we are. Do you have the key?
You have both of ours.
Oh, right. Not working.
Rub it.
Come on.
Try flipping it over.
Seriously. Why can't we go inside? I'm tired.
Give me yours.
You have mine.
All right.
What?
Please, if you
Dad,
could just...
why aren't you opening the door?
Can everyone just shut the...
Don't go there. Go on a real vacation. Go RVing. Learn more at GoRVing.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
79 and overcast at 12 o'clock. I'm Paul Rasmussen. Reports from the scene say a woman was killed this morning near a big construction project in Oakland. The woman was hit in the head by a large cylinder in the construction area near the Peterson Event Center. And that cylinder also struck and damaged a nearby vehicle. Other details are not available yet. A man facing drug charges has shared a surprising reaction to his release on non-monetary bond during an interview. Jan Carlos Cepeda, the man charged with possession of a large amount of cocaine after his arrest at the downtown bus station, told investigators he was shocked when he was able to walk away from jail.
And that judge let him go, and he expected at least a $400,000 bond put on him, which didn't happen.
Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Kraus told KDK Radio's Marty Griffin Cepeda was a flight risk, and Judge Xander Orenstein was advised not to release him. Cepeda promptly left Pittsburgh for New York City, blowing off a preliminary hearing. He was tracked down and brought back yesterday. One more hot day today, 18 degrees above average, and AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg says it's not going to cool off much this weekend.
But we'll have to deal with a lot more clouds and some shower activity really off and on tonight, tomorrow, and through the day Sunday. And embedded within those showers, there could be a thunderstorm or two as well.
Joe says rain early Sunday will likely have an effect on the marathon. A number of roads and bridges will close for the marathon. With more on that, here's News Radio KDKA's Greg McAtee.
Today at noon, the Boulevard of the Allies will close between Stanwix and Wood Streets in preparation for the Pittsburgh Marathon. Tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. through noon, General Robinson and Sandusky Streets, the 7th Street Bridge, and 7th and Wood Streets will close for the Kids Marathon. Sunday, the main marathon course will close beginning at 1:30 a.m., affecting main roads through downtown, the Strip, Lawrenceville, Shady Side, Oakland, the West End, and the North and South Sides. All affected roadways will be back open by 2:30 p.m. For more information, check out kdkaradio.com. Greg McAtee, News Radio, KDKA.
People and businesses with property damage from last month's flooding will be able to get low-interest loans from the SBA. This program covers homeowners, renters, private nonprofits, and then businesses in Allegheny, Armstrong, Beaver, Butler, Washington, and Westmoreland counties. Applications can be made in person at the Disaster Loan Outreach Center in the South Fayette Township building starting today at this hour. Applications can also be downloaded at sba.gov/disaster. The nation's employers pulled back on hiring in April, adding 175,000 jobs. A sign high interest rates may be taking a toll on the economy. Last month's hiring was down sharply from 315,000 in March, and it was below the 233,000 economists were predicting. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 439 points at 38,665. The Nasdaq up 307. The S&P now up 59 points. KDKA Sports. Pittsburgh returns to PNC Park to open a 3-game series with Colorado tonight. You can listen to the Bucks and Rockies at 6:40 on 93.7 The Fan. The news is brought to you by P.J. Fitzpatrick. For your perfect new roof and a lifetime warranty, trust PJ.com. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. Time to go to the elder law attorneys of Zachariah Brown. Visit PittsburghElderLaw.com. Skies are overcast. It's 79 in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland with some exciting news for baseball enthusiasts over 50. Joining today is Cheryl Lenhart, a volunteer representing AARP Pennsylvania, with details on a senior slugger program in partnership with the Washington Wild Things baseball team. Welcome, Cheryl. I just want to jump right in. Share with our listeners what the senior slugger program is all about.
Absolutely. The Senior Slugger program is a fantastic initiative by AARP Pennsylvania and the Washington Wild Things Frontier League baseball team. It's designed to bring together baseball fans age 50 and over for a season of excitement at Wild Things Park.
Now that sounds like fun. What can folks who sign up expect from all this?
Well, listeners, here's the deal. We're offering complimentary tickets for every Wednesday home game this season. That's 8 games total. Plus, thanks to Burke's Food, you can savor delicious $1 hot dogs while cheering on your favorite team.
So free tickets and discounted hot dogs, sign me up. Now, how do people register?
It's very simple. Just complete the registration form over at WashingtonWildThings.com under the Community tab and select Senior Slugger Program, and you'll be all set.
Now, what are some of the upcoming home games that they don't want to miss?
We have an exciting lineup, including games against the Evansville Otters, the Windy City Thunderbolts, and more. First game is on May 22nd at 6:05. Check out the schedule and mark your calendars.
This sounds like a great summer evening to me, Cheryl. Where can folks get more information?
For more details, contact AARP Pennsylvania at PAAARP@aarp.org. We're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Cheryl. Now, don't miss Pittsburgh's premier baseball event for fans over 50. Sign up today for a season of unforgettable baseball experiences with AARP and the Washington Wild Things.
Hey, listen to us at 100.1 FM on the Odyssey app and 1020 KDK. You can also watch us on the Ireland Contracting and Video feed, kdkradio.com. Click on the Watch KDK Radio live stream. People are watching right now.
Yep, we're up on Facebook, Instagram, and on the X platform. I'm going to get Marty pages.
Common knowledge store. Bill, the DJ back home traffic center.
All right. We're seeing some backup on the Parkway West as you head towards the Green Tree exit, and looking at the Parkway East, we got some backup right around the Edgewood Swissvale exit. With AAA traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be quite warm this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm, high 81 to 85. Rather cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow, cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 72. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontier show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
That construction accident is just horrible. My God. Woman just walking along is dead. Hit with this big cylinder that fell from this construction site right there. At the top of the hill at Pitt, where the Peterson Event Center is. My God. Horrible. My God. All right. Two of the best attorneys I know, one of them is one of my close friends, Phil DiVicente. The other is a fantastic lawyer. I've interviewed him many times. Jim DiPasquale, they represented this serial killer. And I say it, and I mean it, and it's true. They saved her life. Whether you want to hear that or not, they saved her life. That's fair to say, is it not, Phil?
Well, I could tell you, I think the death penalty in this case in particular would have definitely been filed for. And, you know, what Jim, with his extensive experience, obviously I brought Jim in because he's tried so many of these death penalty cases. And in the beginning of a case, you don't know where it's going to go. But we knew from the very get-go that this one was very bad from the perspective of the amounts of people.
Hey, Jim, you knew early on, didn't you? Once she confessed to 2 murders, you knew this was a death penalty case and you had to try and save her life. Yes, sir?
Not only did I know it was a death penalty case, I knew there were more murders out there. And that was the leverage that we had, I thought. I said right from the start, that would be the leverage we had to keep this from being certified as a death penalty case if we gave them all the other bodies up. So that's the way we went.
Go ahead, Phil.
And I think it's important to realize she wanted to. I mean, she confessed. It's in the complaint.
Yep.
The minute that she was, questioned, and she wanted it to continue. So there could be a lot of argument that she wasn't remorseful.
Right.
Clearly, she was in court yesterday. She didn't have to give a statement. She did. We're not suggesting in the least that it wasn't probably. I think it was probably the most difficult sentencing that Jim DePasquale or myself has sat through. I don't want to speak for Jim, but if you didn't have a tear in your eyes on some of the victims' family members speaking, then you weren't human. So, Jim, would you agree?
I absolutely would agree. It's the first time I've ever sat through those victim impact statements, and I was crying along with them.
God.
I typically stay away from that kind of emotion, and in fact, I've done death penalty cases where my co-counsel would cry during the victim. I said, "What's the matter with you? You're crying when it's during a victim impact statement. It looks bad for our client." But in this case, it was already a fait accompli. We had a deal in place, but man, I tell you, those victim impact statements were powerful.
Hey, Phil.
Marty, there wasn't a dry eye when there was one particular young man who had Down syndrome.
No.
His mother had passed, and I could just tell you that there wasn't one. I looked all around the courtroom. I mean, it was something I'll probably never experience again.
These folks, Phil, and I know you're an advocate. I know you defend the hell out of people because you do a hell of a job, and this is your career. But man, it's hard when you see a young man sitting there saying, "You're going to burn in hell, and I'll see you in hell." There were some angry, hurt people there, were there not, sir?
Well, there was, but let me add this. It was also unbelievable. You saw that, and Jim and I had to ask for a sidebar with that, and everybody behaved themselves after that one outburst.
Right.
But then there was a situation where there was people that said, "You will be forgiven by our Maker," which was really, I mean, you talk about powerful. That's more powerful than somebody, with the wrath. Jim, I don't know if you agree or.
Hey, Jim, let me ask you something, because you've had a lot of experience in this area. Once she started talking about all these other homicides, was she doing it with remorse, or did she do it with a straight face? How does she begin to tell you that, in essence, admitting she's a serial killer?
At first, she was reticent. Then she told us, I believe it was 5 more. She identified the people, that identified the institutions, and then we set up a sit-down with the AG's office, and she comes in with all these other people.
Wow.
And they had done their homework. They had gone through all of the suspicious deaths. They went back and looked at all the suspicious deaths, the places where she was working, when she was working, and next thing we knew, it was 15 more. Then we had another sit-down. It was more people even. So,
Marty, Agent Fantini and McElhaney did a heck of a job, and there were other agents. I just can't think of their names right now, but this was a really team effort by their office, and we saw it because we saw the manpower, the many meetings, and the discovery was just substantial. I mean,
hey, Phil, help me out with something, because you've had people who have killed multiple people before. What the hell is it? Is she a sociopath, Phil? What is it? She's what is it?
Here's the thing. I'm not a doctor.
Yes, sir.
And I, they asked me that yesterday. All I could tell you is her past history. and she had, worked at we were told that she was working at a veterinarian clinic at one time and felt bad for the animals and, would, essentially put them down. And
so she started with killing animals.
At one time.
Yeah.
But she knows that was wrong.
And Zola coming.
Oh yeah, of course.
Hold on, someone's having their lunch.
Okay.
No, just one.
That's Jim. He appreciates his lunches, but that's to be honest with you, that's all we know. She knows that it was wrong now, and she knows that and that's why she did show remorse.
But hold on, Jimmy. You know this stuff too, man. Some of her testimony, some of her statement indicated, she felt bad for these people. Some of her statements indicated she didn't like these people. So what was it, Jim? You've been around this.
Well, Heather Presby is my client, and I don't want to say something that's inappropriate in representing her.
She's a sociopath, though, Jim. Come on.
I can't argue against that description.
Hey, Phil, some people would say you screwed up by saving her life. She should have the death penalty. How do you defend that, Phil?
Well, anyone that believes that Jim DePasquale and I screwed up by giving her a life sentence, you do what the client wants you to do.
Yeah.
And, everybody's a Monday morning quarterback these days, lawyers or other non-lawyers. But you do what the client wants you to do, and everything that we did with the client wanting us to do it.
Gentlemen, the whole thing is shocking, and I know it shook you both up, even though you've had so much experience, and I appreciate your honesty in doing this for you, and I'm glad you got the gorgonzola on your salad, Jim.
I'm sitting at your table at Rico's.
Oh, man, Rico's. My brothers. Tell Rico I said hello. All right, Philly. Talk to you, brother.
Thank you.
See you,
okay,
boys.
have a good day. Okay.
He's right. Rico's is one of my favorite places, and that's an amazing story. Wow. She's a sociopath. Look it up. Wow. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroe. I love the Genesis. I drive it every day. Oh, my. Samantha, the traffic savant is up.
Hey, Marty. We're seeing some backup on the inbound side of the Parkway West, right around the Green Tree exit. Looking at the Parkway East, if you're headed out of the city, you will see some backup around the Greenfield Bridge. Also, keep an eye out for some backup on the inbound side of the Parkway East, right around the Edgewood-Swissvale exit. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
This portion of the show is sponsored by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-301-9153. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-301-9153. That's 800-301-9153. Again, 800-301-9153.
So, hey, it's Marty. We're getting there. It's spring right here. It's going to get real windy. A lot of trees leaning over toward your house, leaning over in the yard. Tree branches in a precarious position. Here's what you got to do. You got to call my boy, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Insane pricing. The best training. The best equipment. I've used Carlos at my house several times, and my neighbors. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE, 412-884-TREE.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show this Saturday at 8 p.m. on KDKA, presented by Advocacy United. Find out about crucial issues you need to know with hosts Brian and Joe Doherty. Saturday at 8 p.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS Eye on Veterans, presented by University of Maryland Global Campus. The Pat Tillman Foundation gives college scholarships to veterans. CEO Catherine Steele shares words from friends that knew the man who gave up a career in the NFL to be an Army Ranger.
There's a good friend of Pat's that worked at ASU, and he has said often, when the finish line of someone's life is the start line of something greater, there's no greater moment. And to see, while Pat did lose his life, it really was the start of something pretty incredible with the foundation and nearly 1,000 scholars moving forward. So yeah, I think it's this forward-thinking opportunity and moment for us, and how can we continue to do good in the world and make an impact.
Catch every episode of 60 Minutes, America's most watched news magazine show, as a podcast. Hear in-depth investigations across politics, news, and entertainment on your schedule. Listen to 60 Minutes wherever you get your podcasts.
UPMC, life-saving, life-changing information. Amazing.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There aren't many times in your life when you read a story like that or hear interviews like that with attorneys. This nurse comes in. She's been arrested. She confesses to 2 murders. And by the way, DePasquale and Lucente, probably 2 of the top 5 defense attorneys in the entire region, so they get 2 of the best lawyers for her. And what'd she say, Patrick? What do you say? First she confessed to 2, and then what'd she say? 5 more, and then 5 more?
And then walks in, and it's, 17, 18?
Wow. Very kind of nonchalant.
Surprised them when they were meeting with the Attorney General's office.
I should have asked him, did she have notes, or did she just have total recall of all the people she killed?
I think she had notes and things ready for them.
And the other thing that I heard that I hadn't heard before, that she started out by killing animals.
No, that's new.
At vet centers.
Boy, does that not line out a serial killer?
My God, Patrick. It's just horrifying. And all that aside, and by the way, they did a hell of a job, and they did the right thing. They did what attorneys are supposed to do. They represented her, and they saved her life.
Absolutely. That's their job. That's what they're there for.
Plus, I don't think there's ever been a woman executed in Pennsylvania. Ever. And there never will be. So you can put her on death row all you want. I think I told you yesterday, depending on the state, it's 3x or 10x the cost to be on death row in Pennsylvania versus just being in the general population. Because of appeals and because of security and moving them around, 3 times the cost or 10 times the cost, depending on who it is and where they're at. The only thing you're doing by putting her on death row is she ends up being alone. She's pretty much in a cell for 23 hours, and then she gets an hour of exercise a day. But she will never be executed, so that's just kind of a statement that I support the death penalty, which is stupid. We talked to DeLucente about this before, and I've talked to Diffenderfer about this before. It just becomes this proving ground for district attorneys trying to prove they're macho and they're law and order guys. I'm going to seek the death penalty. But the truth is, it costs $1 million plus to defend a death penalty case versus just a traditional murder case, which can cost $100,000. So when a DA does this to try and prove that he's a man or manly, first of all, that person will never be executed in Pennsylvania, ever again. Prove me wrong. Second, it's breaking the bank at many, many counties to try to get death penalty cases just to make people feel like this woman would have been put to death. There's no way in hell that ever would have happened. My boy Ken, world's greatest plumber. Will she go down in history as a serial killer? Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Absolutely. Total psychopath, a sociopath, whatever you want to call her. Over the years, I've had a chance to interview probably 5 or 6 serial killers in prison, on death row, one of them in Texas. Henry Lee Lucas, the one I mentioned to you that he had killed 63 people, and I interviewed him, and I was a young man. I was in my 20s. Very nonchalant, very soft-spoken, very quiet, It's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine. But the bigger issue, not for Henry Lee Lucas, the guy that I was talking about, because what he did was he traveled all over the country. He killed random people, so it wasn't easy to connect the dots. But Henry did the same thing. Once he was arrested, they would put him in squad cars, and he would drive around Texas and Louisiana, and he would point out different places where he murdered people. Let me say this about Henry, though. He got so into the publicity and the fact that he was treated like a king when he was out of jail in a police car, he started lying about... So what would happen is they would take Henry to a police department in Louisiana, let's say, and they'd have an unsolved murder. And the detectives who wanted to solve the unsolved murder would hint some details about the crime and where it was, and Henry would confess to it, and they would clear the books. That happens too. But at the end of the day, this woman is a serial killer and a sociopath. But the bigger issue that has to be addressed is that she was allowed to work at 11 facilities and no one gave a damn. No one. And that ain't right. The bigger issue here was that these idiots hired her, 11 of them, in 4 years. And as my friend Rob Kane, my boy, my son's godfather, in fact, we're such close friends, suggests, is that anyone who hired her should be fired. It's just a fact. Anyone who hired her should be fired. Because they allowed her to kill. They enabled her to kill. And kill. And kill. And God bless these families, man, that have to live with this pain for the rest of their lives. And Robert Pierce doing an amazing job representing their families, seeking damages. Hey, I just got we're getting a lot of folks asking, Jane's asking me, how's this wonderful woman yesterday that we've been talking to since Monday, quite frankly, whose son was in Washington Hospital, Carrie. She went into the Washington Hospital Sunday at 2 and sat in the emergency room until her son would get help. Severely autistic, to the point where he had violent incidents, broke doors, computers, furniture at the group home where he was staying. Broke computers, hurt himself, hurt others. So she brings him to Washington Hospital. As it turns out, there's no beds for him for treatment for someone that age who's severely autistic and violent. There's 9 beds in all of Western Pennsylvania, and they're full. And there's only one other facility in Philadelphia, and it's full. So there was a breakthrough yesterday at Washington Hospital. They handled it amazingly well. They got their psychiatrist involved. They got a whole team involved. They changed his meds. They set up counseling. They contacted the group home and made them change their game plan, now knowing his symptoms, now knowing how he reacts, and now knowing that he's on new meds. And she texted me at a little bit after noon, after Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 6 days. Patrick, she texted me she's on the way to the group home.
That's amazing. Finally.
We're going to stay in touch with her because she had major problems there. He had major problems there.
Yeah.
However, they say they changed their game plan and they're prepared. I hope so.
Wow.
What we did learn from this is that it's not just about this young man who's becomes an adult in 2 weeks, and then his treatment will be even harder because he's an adult, is that there's no help for these folks. And folks, I called everyone and their mother, including the governor, and it took that much effort to get this young man the treatment he wanted and deserved. So for someone who's alone out there with their son or daughter and can't get this help, reach out to us. Get Marty at kdkradio.com. Get Marty at kdkradio.com. That's why we're here, to help. As you know, I've had cancer treatment. The chemotherapy radiation jacked up my balance, big time. Got to hold on to railings, up and down stairs. Feel uneasy doing any sort of hiking. I've even fallen a few times. I need help. I found it. I'm serious. Physical. Physical. game-changing physical therapy. One-on-one patient treatment. At Physical, they're experts in dizziness and balance disorders, knee and back pain, cutting-edge technology. Physical, 412-457-8200. 412-457-8200. Building owners, my friends at NASCO Roofing, they're experts in replacing flat roofs for commercial, industrial, and residential buildings. With many flat roof material choices, you want NASCO's experienced pros on your roof. Benefit from their experience and their lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Call NASCO Roofing today for a free flat roof estimate. 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. NASCO Roofing, spelled N-A-S-C-O, the region's flat roof expert.
If there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon. If you've looked around Greater Pittsburgh recently, you've probably noticed. From gas to groceries to everything else you need on a regular basis, Par Mar has it. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
People, listen to me, please. You want to hear what I have to say?
Your voice.
My voice.
Voice my displeasure.
The loudest voice
is heard.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It's our chance to use our voice.
Here.
Thank you for giving us a voice.
100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's 81 degrees and mostly sunny at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Susie Cole. This just in to the KDKA radio newsroom. The Pittsburgh Penguins have parted ways with associate coach Tom Reardon. It was announced today by President of Hockey Operations and General Manager Kyle Dubas. Reardon has been relieved of his duties immediately. In a statement, Dubas said the change was in the best interest of the team moving forward. A drug crime fugitive has provided surprising insights about his release on non-monetary bond. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen has the story.
Giancarlo Cepeda was arrested at the Greyhound bus station and charged with possession of more than a kilo of cocaine, along with a large amount of suspected fentanyl. Shortly after he was set free, Cepeda decided to skip an upcoming hearing and leave Pittsburgh. The Allegheny County Sheriff's Office tracked him to New York City, and he was returned on Thursday. Sheriff Kevin Kraus told KDK Radio's Marty Griffin he's heard people criticize Xander Orenstein's decision.
Especially in light of some of the things that have happened, but even this Cepeda guy himself was critical of the magistrate by just indicating, why would he let me go?
Cepeda told investigators he was expecting bond. Cepeda told investigators he was expecting bond of at least $400,000. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
Local EMS agencies earn the highest honor for national accreditation. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has more.
There are 18,000 EMS agencies in the United States, and only 186 meet the CAS accreditation level. Chief Chris Dow of McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority tells KDKA Radio it's considered the gold standard of the industry.
Accreditation process looks at everything that we do from administratively, operationally, from a training perspective, from a quality assurance perspective, really a very deep dive into their entire operation and ensuring that we have all of the appropriate processes and standards in place.
The CAS 2-day on-site inspection has a checklist of 1,000 items. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 434 points at 38,660. The NASDAQ is up 306 and the S&P is up 60. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:32. Our next update at 1. I'm Susie Cole on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis. It's the grooviest car I've ever driven and the grooviest weather gal ever.
Traffic?
Samantha. And traffic. What's up, Sam?
Hey, Marty. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams. Parkway West inbound, slow around Green Tree. Parkway East inbound back to Wilkinsburg. Heading outbound on the city side. You're backed up a little bit after Bates Street. North Shore Expressway is back to the split with Route 65 as you head onto the Fort Duquesne Bridge. In Oakland, due to the fatal traffic accident, there may be some backup around DeSoto Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Unseasonably warm again this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm in places, high 81 to 85. Mainly cloudy and mild tonight with some showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This traffic report brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Never heard of us? We know. But to help it stick that our local agents are insurance experts, we're going to say local agent 3 times in the next 5 seconds. Local agent. Local agent. Local agent.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I've told you this, and many people don't want to hear it, but I don't really care about that. I like Bethany Hallam. I've done several stories with her. She's outspoken, and I toss all that out the window when I see her in action. I've actually physically seen her help folks who are drug addicted and homeless and injured, and I was down near one of the trails where the homeless people were staying with her, and the homeless folks knew her by name, and literally they're walking up to her and saying, "Bethany, I need a case of water," and she's saying, "Okay, I'll bring it down tonight." Then Fridays and Sundays, and I know you folks hate her, but I know you're not doing this stuff. She sets up outside the jail on her own time and gives out stuff to homeless folks and addicts and alcoholics and folks who just need help, whatever they need, medicines and food and water, life-giving, life-saving stuff. And my point is, she gives a damn. Just true. However, they just put out their agenda for proclamations in their next meeting. Okay? And this doesn't irritate me. And by the way, I'm not talking out of turn or behind anyone's back. I reached out to Bethany about this already, and she will be live here in 20 minutes. a proclamation recognizing District Judge Xander Ornstein. And I literally asked her why in a text. Now, she's in the middle of a meeting. She's writing a paper. She's in law school, actually, at Duquesne. She said, "You're stressing me out big time. I have a paper due." She said, I said, "Why would you have a proclamation?" I'm not being a jerk. I'm just being honest with you. I'm telling you how I approached this with her. "I'm showing support for someone who needs it right now." Why do they need support? He needs to go home. Regarding Ornstein, so you know, he's in training all next week. Some district justice, it's called CLE, Continuing Legal Education, next week, Monday through Friday in Harrisburg. Throughout the state, district justices will be there, and he will be the focal point. Sam DeMarco is on county council. He's a Republican. Hey, Sam, this proclamation is, in my world, idiotic. Yeah?
Well, first of all, I haven't seen the proclamation.
Yeah.
I just know that Councilwoman Hallam is offering a proclamation for Judge Ornstein.
Right.
And, I'm flabbergasted that somebody that's been in the news recently for so many decisions which have jeopardized the public safety of the people in this area is honored in some way, with a proclamation.
But Sam.
And it's always concerning.
I'm with you. But Sam, you're a smart man and you know this. In the woke world, he's Superman. In other words, he's delivering, brother. In their world, my man, he should get a raise, if you know what I'm saying. Right?
Well, Bernie or Marty, I think what we're seeing here is really what a large segment or faction of the Democratic Party represents.
Right. No, it's true.
And you look at what's happening on college campuses today.
That's right.
You look at the behavior of judges like this, and where they want to reward them.
Right.
You look at, like I put out on X, I put a post on X with the Post-Gazette article about the fights.
Right.
And the need for Schumann Center to be reopened, and you get these folks from the left that are claiming it's gross that we call children criminals. Well,
they are, man.
Children. Well, exactly. Like I said, during the election last year, I looked into the juveniles that were in the county jail. There were 23 in that jail at the time. 9 were in for criminal homicide.
Right.
A few for attempted criminal homicide, one for sexual assault and rape. I don't know what you call those folks.
But hold on, Sam. In that world, Sam, this is no exaggeration, my friend. In that world, if that kid's first appearance is in front of Ornstein, that kid's going home to mama. That's a fact, brother.
Well, you can't dispute any of that, considering, look, he let go the guy that came into the bus station here, Cepeda, with over $1 million worth of drugs, enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in the city of Pittsburgh. He lets him go. Craddock, the guy that led the state police, who was already out on bond on gun charges, that led the state police on a high-speed chase, he lets him go, and he flees. We have to spend tens of thousands of dollars to track him down in Florida and go after him there. It's like the guy doesn't understand the basic responsibilities of the position. And this isn't hard, Marty. It's not like you have to go to law school to be a district judge.
Right.
Because they provide you with a sheet or a card which tells you, based upon the particular case, what a lot of the actions or bail or things like that should be.
And, Sam, you're preaching to the choir here, but Patrick, his background, Carnegie Mellon undergrad, and where was his graduate school?
Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, so this is a bright guy, Sam. He just doesn't think the way we think. He thinks the cops are the adversary and the criminals are the heroes. Honestly.
And that's what's backwards about this world right now.
Yes, sir.
That's why we're in the mess that we're in. That's why you see these things that are taking place. And I mentioned protests on college campus, whether it's that, whether it's riots. Okay, I talked about the mob mentality when I was on your show earlier. Right? There has to be accountability for bad actions.
Right.
In order for these people, they run around and talk all the time about they want to see justice. Well, there has to be order in order to provide justice.
Hey, Sam, Bethany Hallam is your fellow county council person. This proclamation is to reward him for exemplary behavior. She told me that. She needs an 8-0. Does she need 8 votes to pass this? Or does he just read it and he gives it to him?
Oh, no. She doesn't need any votes at all for this. This is just something that she has the ability as a member of council to offer. So she will offer this proclamation and
like those silly, it's Marty Griffin.
It won't be contested and
like those silly, it's Marty Griffin Day in Pittsburgh kind of things.
Well, yeah. Well, listen, Marty. I mean, we like to honor you. Heck,
that's
we
true.
Give you a key, right?
That's true. I should get a key.
But so don't put yourself in the same in the same case here as Judge Ornstein. But look, again, folks need to wake up and pay attention.
So hold on, Sam. Will you fight her on this, or will you just let this roll?
There's no fighting on it. She can do what she wants, but I can tell you that I won't stand and to have my picture taken with him on this or in support of this proclamation. I won't sign on to it as we do to many other.
Sam, is it fair? Because I asked her about you. I said, why do you hate on Sam like this? She said she loves you. You guys just disagree on things. Is that fair?
It's absolutely fair. Yeah. Marty, you had done an interview with her outside the county jail.
I did.
And you said, why does Sam DeMarco hate you? Okay. Right. And I told her, I do not hate her at all.
True.
And she knows that, okay?
Right.
However, I do think, that she's misguided. And I've told her to her face on multiple occasions, I think she's crazy.
But Sam, she got more.
But she's crazy.
She got more votes than anyone but the governor in the last election. She has a following, my man.
And that was Marty. That's what my point is. Most folks don't understand how elections work.
Right.
Getting your name on the ballot, that's the hard part. Once you do that, so many people have no idea who these folks are, especially in these down ballot races. They just vote for the little letter by your name.
Mm.
So there are people out there who have no idea who Bethany Hallam is or Sam DeMarco or what either of us stand for. But they vote for that person because that person has a little D by their name or a little R.
But in this case, she's just preaching to the choir to the folks that love him and feel like this judge should be rewarded. She's just doing her thing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, look, this is the same crowd. These are the people that come and fill up our council chambers with, ceasefire resolutions for Gaza or whatever the the flavor du jour of the day is.
Right.
Okay. But look, if he's looking to show support for a friend that may be going through something, there's a lot of other ways to do it.
Yep.
Maybe help them get the help that they need.
Right.
As opposed to try to honoring. It sets a bad precedent.
It does.
When you're honoring somebody who's been, like I said, in the public eye here for these recent decisions which have jeopardized public safety.
And it cost $60,000 $60,000 to bring these clowns back here.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny. It's you'll hear some of my colleagues complain, and Councilman Hallam in particular, talk about wanting to save the county money.
Right.
While she has no problem spending it on this or lime green jail uniforms, okay, to try to make.
I look good in that thing. I look good in that thing, Sam. I look good in that thing, brother.
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing's for certain: we would see you and would hit you if you were near traffic or construction. That's
right. Good. Sam, thanks for the truth, man.
You got it, Marty. Hey, have a good day.
All right.
Thanks.
We'll be talking to her in about 15 minutes. Bethany Hallam. She does not run from a fight. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Samantha, what's up?
Hey, Marty. Crews are headed to the scene of an accident on the 200 block of South 9th Street on the south side. Looking at the Parkway West, there is some backup on the inbound side around Green Tree. Parkway East inbound is back up to Wilkinsburg. Heading outbound on the city side, you're backed up to a little bit after Bates Street. North Shore Expressway is backed up to the split with Route 65 as you head onto the Fort Duquesne Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Company. Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, folks, sitting here with my wife. Hi, honey. How are you?
I'm good.
What do you have around your neck?
A beautiful diamond.
The diamond. From where?
Diamonds Direct.
That's right. Now, I got it there because, well, there's several reasons. First of all, the value is insane. Their salespeople are the kindest, most knowledgeable sales folks I've ever met. Then there's the location. It's right there off of Midnight Road, right there at the mall. You'll see it. Diamonds Direct. Big store on the right. Also, the value. They will make sure that you get the lowest price ever. So I got my daughter's 16th birthday diamond necklace, her first diamond necklace ever at Diamonds Direct. My wife is wearing a diamond I got for her for Christmas at Diamonds Direct. Hooked up by my girl Melanie at Diamonds Direct. And they're ready to help you. Remember, folks, where it is. Right there at the mall, right there at McKnight Road, diamondsdirect.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding. I've been in the business for 42 years and have grown in the business by hard work and customer satisfaction. Trust your next roofing and siding project with JP Roofing and Siding. I am offering homeowners $500 off of your next roofing and siding project. We also offer a 10-year warranty on all labor. Please call us at 412-829-7711. For a free estimate, that's 412-829-7711. JP Roofing and Siding.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. 175,000 jobs were added in April. That's the fewest in 6 months. The unemployment rate edging one notch higher to 3.9%, with healthcare, transportation, and retail accounting for most of those gains. But on Wall Street, stocks are higher. That's on hopes that a slowdown in the labor market and in wage growth could prompt the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates as early as September. That's why the Dow is up a little more than 1%, so is the S&P 500. The tech-heavy NASDAQ up nearly 2%. Among the big gainers, shares of Apple up nearly 7%. That's after stronger than forecast sales last quarter, even though they did decline a bit. Apple predicts iPhone demand will grow, and it's also buying back $110 billion worth of its own shares, the most ever for a U.S. company. And after seeing a slump in sales last quarter of its high-priced coffee drinks, Starbucks says it'll start serving up boba drinks this summer. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Tamara came in here, actually, and made a great point, actually. And I had noticed this, and I apologize for not bringing this up earlier. And there are no therapists at the jail. And that's a problem. It's a crisis, actually. And to imagine that... and for those of you who don't give a damn about people in jail, to hell with you. I mean that. I mean, come on. many Americans would care more about dogs in a kennel, honestly. But I've been in jail. I've been arrested. It's been a long time, but I have. And I've been in, you name the prisons. I've been in the Allegheny County Jail. I've been in state prisons. I've been in federal prisons. I was on death row in Texas. I've been in women's prisons, and it's a hellhole. And there's some folks in there who shouldn't be there, and they're human beings, and a lot of them need help. And Tamara's point that there are no therapists is really valid because, and this is a fact, it's not disputable, the Allegheny County Jail is the largest mental health facility in Western Pennsylvania. Okay? So, if folks in there are suffering from mental illness, and they say at least a third or up to a half, and they can't get help, then they just get worse. And they get kicked back out on the streets and end up in this vicious cycle. You know, Patrick, this kind of adds on to our discussion about the lack of mental health for Americans.
There's no question. We have a mental health crisis.
Crisis. No exaggeration.
We can't get mental health for kids.
Teenage
boys with autism or plenty of other disorders and other problems.
Try to get an appointment with a psychiatrist today. 6 months out, bro. It's a fact. What makes me sad is in America, you have to be connected to get a psychiatrist to talk to you. I'm serious. You know this.
Yeah.
And so, for those who dismiss and don't give a damn about the fact that there's no therapist in the jail, to hell with you. And I mean that in the nicest way. I think that everybody deserves treatment and help. I have a good friend who's in jail right now, quite frankly, and he's been in there for more than a year. And he's a good friend of mine, and he's a good friend of Larry's. And he was put in jail over a year ago on a domestic situation. And I think about him every day. And in my eyes, he should be out in the streets. And I think that they had access to one psychiatrist, I think, in the jail. But we'll find out from Bethany. And we got to ask her about this proclamation. In what world is she living in that she thinks that Xander Orenstein should get a proclamation and rewarded right now? Well, I asked her. And she said, and this is a quote, I want to get to it. Here, my phone. You're stressing me out. I have a big paper due tonight, but I'll call it one. I said, why a proclamation? Bethany Hallam says, I'm showing support for someone who needs it right now. There you go. You heard Sam DeMarco. He likes her, actually, but he said flat out, she's crazy. Flat out. Which is interesting. I have met her out in the streets a lot and done interviews and seen her in action. She gives a damn. She does. Takes a lot of time to help a lot of people that are desperate for help.
And people respond to her for that.
And I don't see Sarah in Amarato out there. I don't see Summer Lee out there.
Nope.
I don't see the mayor out there. I don't see Fitz out there. I just don't. She's out there. And they know her by name.
She's on the front lines. She really is.
And Sam says these people don't know who she is. That's not true. I was out there, man. They all know her.
No, we've seen it firsthand. They know her, and they know that she is able to help them. And if she's not, she'll find people who can.
We were with her, and this woman comes up to her and hugs her. Homeless. Young girl. Shows us her leg has a recluse spider bite, which, are you saying could kill you, right? It could.
Yeah. If you don't get treatment, especially if you're on the streets and malnourished, that could cause you to lose a limb.
And so she asked Bethany for help. Bethany turns to me and challenged me to get her help because she cared about the woman. We had a doctor there and help there within an hour because we cared too. All right? So she'll call a little after 1 o'clock. I'm not calling her to fight with her, to call her an idiot. Not my job. I want to understand why she believes this is the right time to give a proclamation to a judge. There's like 3 people out in the streets, dangerous people, and it's cost taxpayers more than $60,000. Don't miss this in 5 minutes.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey guys, Marty. Had 2 great meals with my wife in the last month. Both of them at Oakmont. Both of them at restaurants owned by my good friend J.K., the man. Okay, the Lot. I'm not exaggerating. The best brunch I've ever had at the Lot. I'm serious. The best dinner I've had in a year. Hofstadt's. They're in the same town. They're on the same strip. They're owned by the same man. The Lot and Hofstadt's. J.K. delivers. Great stuff.
Paid for by government. Did you hear? A secret hoard of 1907 $10 gold Liberty coins has been found. These gorgeous 1907p gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck. And less than 100 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling the secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And you can own a piece of the hoard. When you call, you are guaranteed a 1907 gold Liberty struck at the iconic Philadelphia Mint. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1907 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster. That is 117 years of history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-574-6468. Call now and you'll receive a free bonus, a $50 value free with every order. Call 1-800-574-6468 now to secure your 1907p $10 gold Liberty coins before they sell out. That's 1-800-574-6468.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows, and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's 82 degrees and mostly sunny at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Susie Cole. The Pittsburgh Penguins have parted ways with associate coach Todd Reardon. It was announced today by President of Hockey Operations and General Manager Kyle Dubas. Reardon has been relieved of his duties immediately. In a statement, Dubas said the change was in the best interest of the team moving forward. A man facing drug charges has shared a surprising reaction to his release on non-monetary bond during an interview. Giancarlo Cepeda, the man charged with possession of a large amount of cocaine after his arrest at the downtown bus station, told investigators he was shocked he was able to walk out of jail.
And that judge let him go, and he expected at least a $400,000 bond put on him, which didn't happen.
Allegheny County Sheriff Kevin Kraus told KDKA Radio's Marty Griffin Cepeda was a flight risk and Judge Xander Ornstein was advised not to release him. Cepeda promptly left Pittsburgh for New York City, blowing off a preliminary hearing. He was tracked down and brought back yesterday. 2 men were killed in 2 overnight shootings in a span of 2 hours. A few minutes before 10:30 p.m., 911 was called about a shooting in the 2900 block of Palm Green Avenue in McKeesport. First responders found a man with gunshot wounds inside a vehicle. He died at the scene. Around 12:30 a.m., ShotSpotter notified police of gunfire near the intersection of Bedford Avenue and Watt Lane in Bedford dwellings. Officers found a man in the street with a gunshot wound to the head. He was pronounced dead at the scene. 2 Pittsburgh area EMS agencies are getting national recognition. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush tells us about them.
McCandless, Franklin Park, and Ross Westview were recognized by the Commission on Accreditation of Ambulance Services, an independent agency that establishes a comprehensive series of standards for the industry. Chief Chris Dow of McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority tells KDKA Radio.
It's the highest standard set forth in the industry. There are 18,000 ambulance services in the United States. Only 186 have achieved this particular accreditation.
To kick off the start of National EMS Week, McCandless Franklin Park Ambulance Authority will host an open house on May 19th at the Wexford headquarters. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
Catholic Charities is revamping a diocese building in the 100 block of the Boulevard of the Allies into a new resource hub for the homeless. Compassion Corner will provide medical and dental services at a free healthcare center, free job training, crisis management, and mental wellness programs. And on to Wall Street, where the Dow is up 418 points at 38,644. The Nasdaq is up 298, and the S&P is up 58. And on to KDK Sports, the Pittsburgh Pirates return to PNC Park tonight to open a 3-game set with the Colorado Rockies. You can listen to the Bucks and Rockies at 6:40 on
Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, Papa Bowser, and Genesis. Digging the Genesis. Digging the Savant. Traffic Savant Samantha. What's up out there?
Hey, Marty. Crews are on the scene of an accident in the 200 block of South 9th Street on the south side. Taking a look at the Parkway West, there's a backup on the inbound side starting around Green Tree. Parkway East inbound is backed up to Wilkinsburg, and then heading outbound on the city side, you're backed up a little bit after Bate Street. In Oakland, due to the fatal traffic accident, there may be some backup around DeSoto Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Variable cloudiness the rest of today and quite warm this afternoon with a thunderstorm popping up, the high 85, then mostly cloudy and mild tonight with some showers, even a thunderstorm, low just 61. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Police in riot gear cleared an occupied building at Columbia University, arresting dozens of people. Law enforcement was called to stop fights at UCLA, where protesters on both sides of the Israel-Hamas conflict became violent. These scenes didn't unfold at Pitt, and there are good reasons why. Students were quickly asked to move their protest off campus to nearby Shenley Park on day one. Police Chief Larry Scarrato asked protest leaders how law enforcement could accommodate them while keeping things peaceful. At the same time, conditions were set for the protesters, and when some students tried to set up a tent on university property, they were quickly arrested. After 6 days, the protest ended without incident. Setting boundaries, frequent communication, and making arrests after the first offense prevented chaos. Chief Scarrato says it was a team effort involving the mayor's office, Pitt administrators, Pittsburgh and campus police, but he deserves most of the credit for a job well done under difficult circumstances.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What's up? There are two men, pretty intelligent men. One's really tall. Two men in this building that are friends with Bethany Howland. Good friends, actually. Zeiss and myself. I consider her a friend. I actually trust her. I find her to be intelligent, engaging, bombastic, kind of absurd sometimes. But the truth is, and the truth will set you free, she's always straight up. She always returns calls, and she's honest about herself. And I find that to be very rare. It doesn't matter that I disagree with her. I disagree with my wife sometimes. I disagree with my father sometimes, and my mother when they were alive. It's called life, man. Regardless. She's here right now. Good morning. How are you, Bethany? Good afternoon.
I'm doing great. It's afternoon now, Marty.
Right. So you're not going to call me, if I keep harassing you, you're going to put me on that list that Gainey has me on and Sarah has me on, right?
I told you I'm trying to write a paper, man. It's the last day of finals.
Nice. Good for you. So, I think, and look, I'm not calling you an idiot. That would be ignorant. I think it's idiotic for you to give a proclamation to Xander Orenstein. Tell me why you're doing it and why it's not idiotic, please.
Yeah, I really think that they deserve some recognition. This isn't even about whether or not you support cash bail or pretrial detention or anything like that. It's about an elected, supposedly independent judge who acted well within their legal discretion to make the decisions they made, but because the police and, certain fear-mongering media like yourself and some others didn't like those decisions that you cherry-picked.
Yeah.
They're just going around talking about these incidents without context or any actual legal analysis, just in an effort to take down one specific judge. And, what's really frustrating about it is that if this was on the other side, if this was an attack on judicial independence, if it was the reverse happening where a super conservative judge who is always unnecessarily locking up people pre-trial, people wouldn't be in an outrage about it. People would never be in an outrage about criticisms of a conservative judge. We only see it when it's about folks who are using their discretion to do good, right? And if you want to talk about pretrial detention, it's racist. Yeah. It's regressive. It doesn't work. It destabilizes the very people that we're supposed to be trying to help once they get involved in the legal system.
Well,
but it doesn't make us any safer, and there's so much data that shows that. So I absolutely think when county council wants to give out proclamations for dead dogs or sports teams that don't even win a game, then I absolutely think that it is within my authority to honor a judge who is taking heat left and right for doing something that was legally permissible and that was in the best interest of the communities that elected them.
You think that this Cepeda guy, who, by the way, told the cops that his bail should have been $400,000.
Allegedly.
Hold on. Who, by the way, works for the drug cartels, who, by the way, had 9 kilos of fentanyl on him. You think that he's not a flight risk or a danger to the community?
I think that it is absolutely within a judge's discretion to decide that. Remember what the law
So you're not going to answer my question.
Says.
You're not going to answer me.
Remember, though, what the law says, though, that all people charged with a crime shall be bailable unless there is no condition or combination of conditions other than imprisonment to ensure the safety of them in the community. So do I believe that putting a person accused of selling drugs in jail is the only way to keep them and the community safe? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
9 kilos of drugs. 9 kilos. It works for the cartels that behead people.
Allegedly.
Okay, so
remember that every single person that comes in front of a magistrate is presumed innocent.
So no one should have bail.
Guilty.
So no one should have bail based on what you just said.
I think that there should be two options. It should be that you are denied bail completely or you are released on your own recognizance.
Okay.
I do not believe in any cash valuation.
That's fair.
So to say that, I thought my bail should be $400,000. First of all, I don't believe that for one single second. And even if that person
Well,
did
you think
say
all
that,
the detectives are lying?
Oh, well, it wouldn't be the first time that the
So
police
hold on. You
lied
think
about
all the
something,
detectives
Marty.
that heard it are lying?
I am not saying that. What I am saying is it is allegedly a statement that was made. I have not seen any proof that that was the statement that was made, but even if it was, if you want to make a habit of listening to people who are charged with crime to decide what their bail should be, then make that what you do. Do not cherry-pick situations that we're going to criticize people for.
All right. You're a dollars and cents person, by the way. She watches money. She really does. These clowns that ran from justice because they had no bail cost $60,000 to bring back here. That's on you because you wanted them free. That's on you.
Oh, is that on me?
60 grand.
Do you want to talk about dollars and cents, Marty?
Yes,
'Cause
$60,000 to bring them back from Florida. $60,000.
You know how much it costs to incarcerate someone pre-trial or post-conviction?
So you're not answering this question either. You won't answer me on this one either.
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to your answer, Marty.
All right.
It costs $100 per day to hold somebody in jail.
Right.
We spend tens of millions of dollars on taxpayer dollars paying lawsuits against people who were harmed in the Allegheny County Jail, where you're asking that this person would have been detained pre-trial, of people who have died in the Allegheny County Jail pre-trial, awaiting their time in front of a jury. We spend so much money on this legal system to harm people. If the sheriffs made the decision to spend $60,000 to pursue a nonviolent person, then that is much within their discretion.
Right,
But it is
a
also
guy
within
that
the
leads the guy that shoots at state police and leads them on a chase, and a guy that works for the drug cartels is nonviolent in your world. And a kid who kills a 15-year-old McKeesport is nonviolent in your world.
I believe that everybody is innocent until proven guilty, and I also believe in following the law, which says that judicial discretion is supposed to be independent. This exact situation that we're experiencing with Xander right now should terrify every single person in this county, in this country, who thinks that an independent judiciary is a critical component of our democracy. I believe that it is. What we are seeing right now with police backlash and, AM news, radio backlash, influencing and duly elected judges' ability to serve the function that they were elected to do, that should terrify everyone. So the least that I can do is give out a proclamation to recognize someone who is being very, very wrongly targeted right now and being slandered throughout the media.
He's very smart. He has a hell of a background, by the way. Hell of an education.
They have a hell of a background, a hell of an education.
Yeah, very smart.
And they deserve to be recognized for all the good that they're doing, to prevent evictions, to keep people in their homes, to make landlords and tenants happy, to be a community builder, to facilitate marriages for queer couples who other judges have refused to facilitate.
Let me say this, too, because you don't listen to my show.
Doing.
You don't listen to my show. You just complain about me. I actually say that guy should get a raise because he's actually doing what he was elected to do.
Let's not misgender a judge, Marty. Come on.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean that. That person,
it's okay.
was should get a raise because they were elected to do what they're doing. Period.
Every 6 years, the voters have an option to decide who they want to be their local magistrate. Xander was duly elected, and I think that we are setting a very dangerous precedent by removing their authority and advocating for the detention of people who have not been convicted of a crime, while at the same time saying democracy, separation of powers, independent judiciary.
Right.
It is so contradictory.
All right, I got to get this in before you go because I'm out of time here.
Yeah.
This is what's troubling. There are no therapists at the jail. How the hell's that happen?
There have been no therapists hired at the jail. I mean, it's not just therapists. It's nurses. It's LPNs. It's basically all mental health and medical staff, corrections officers, a massive shortage. I mean, it has been a disaster. We've been sounding the alarm on this for years.
Yeah, but why can't
you've
had years to hire therapists. Why can't you hire some therapists?
I don't do the hiring for the Allegheny County Jail.
Yeah, but I haven't heard you yelling about this, and I hear this.
Oh, you don't watch the jail oversight board meetings because I yell about it every single month.
Just hire some therapists then. Quit complaining. Hire them.
I would love to. The administration of both the jail and the county have said that we need people to apply. So if anyone out there is listening, if you are a medical professional, if you are a mental health professional, if you are interested in getting into corrections, please go online and apply to work at the Allegheny County Jail. Great benefits, great pension, as much overtime as you could ever want. Please, we need you so badly.
Wow. So you're desperate to... People don't want to work there, is that it?
Desperate.
Wow. I did not know that. Thanks for saying that.
So please, if you know anybody, Marty, it really is a great paying job, and it comes with a lot of great benefits. It is a career job that you can be in for the rest of your career. I just think not a lot of people have been exposed to correctional health care, correctional medicine, and corrections as a whole. So I know you know everyone. I know a lot of people listen to the show.
Yep.
You can really make a difference. Don't be sitting at keyboard worrying. Get out there and tell people that you know to apply for a job at the jail. Truly lives depend on this.
You love me, though, don't you?
I love you about 84% of the time.
That's a solid B, man.
so. That's a B.
Good luck on your test.
B's get degrees, Marty. Take
All right,
care.
see ya. There you go. Patrick, B's get degrees.
I love her.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic, Bob Bowser in Genesis. Samantha, what's up?
Hey, Marty. An accident on the North Shore Expressway is closing down on the inbound side right near the split with 65. Taking a look at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, looking at the Parkway West, there is some backup on the inbound side around Greentree. Parkway East inbound is backed up to Wilkinsburg. Heading outbound on the city side, you're backed up a little bit after Bates Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
All the news you need for your day and the sports, music, and podcasts you love are all on the free Odyssey app. Download now.
Sorry, but we actually have a wait list for our Monstera.
Shaw's greenhouse is really bringing in the green.
We can't keep snake plants in stock.
She needs a construction manager to build on her roots and grow.
We could add a whole section for ferns. And here we'd have dahlias, dahlias, and more dahlias.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
So, hey, it's Marty. You know, we're getting there. It's spring right here. It's going to get real windy. A lot of trees leaning over toward your house, leaning over in the yard. Tree branches in a precarious position. Here's what you got to do. You got to call my boy, Carlos, Greater Pitt Tree Service. Insane pricing. The best training. The best equipment. I've used Carlos at my house several times. And my neighbors. Greater Pitt Tree Service. 412-884-TREE. 412-884-TREE.
2024 Pitt football season tickets are on sale now. Catch the action at Acrisure Stadium this fall as the Panthers host the return of the Backyard Brawl against West Virginia. ACC foes Clemson, Syracuse, and Virginia, and new conference member Cal. Tickets start as low as $220 for all 7 games. Visit PittsburghPanthers.com/tickets to secure your seats today. Don't pay retail for your diamond engagement ring or gift. Come to CleanOrigin.com.
Get Marty, brought to you by the law firm of Rosen and Perry. No slogans or gimmicks, just results.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Wow. Like a blender, this show. Wow. Samantha. It's a little different pace than 3 in the morning.
Yeah, it is, I will say.
It's insane.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. You know, I think Xander should not be a judge. Flat out. I think Xander did the wrong thing, and he does it every day, flat out. However, I'm being serious here. He was elected by people who believe he's a hero. and thus the proclamation. I get what she's saying. Again, I don't think he should be a judge at all. But they elected him, and she's right. I've said this, guy should get a raise from his people. Got to get to Carrie. Falling in love with this woman and her son, and especially her story. Poor thing, a son has severe autism leading to violent episodes, and she's trying to get him treatment, and took him to the Washington hospital Sunday, and just left there a few hours ago with her son. God bless her. Carrie, how are you?
Hi.
How are you holding up?
I'm a lot better now that I'm home.
So you're home?
I'm home, and Ryan's back at his group home.
Without a street address, though, where's the group home?
It's in Cannonsburg.
And how close to your home?
It's about 40 minutes away. I'm in Plum.
I see. Are you allowed to go see him? I don't know how this works.
Oh, all the time.
Oh, cool.
All the time. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
So tell our listeners why you had to take him out of the group home in the first place.
Well, he was having continued aggressive behaviors, just destroying things, and then also behaving erratically, like not using the toilet correctly. Oh. He was showing distress, just like an animal will go to the potty somewhere they shouldn't when they're distressed or sick. Oh. My son was starting to show that, and then he was being really aggressive. He was having a hard time adjusting at that new environment.
Karen, tell our listeners some of the things that he broke while he was there.
Oh, yeah. 2 televisions, 2 DVD players, a Nintendo game system, 2 phones, a pad, like an iPad. He broke 2 doors, put holes in the wall, attempted to break the grill, and broke a chair.
Carrie, I don't think most people understand this sort of autism, do they?
No, they don't. Mm-mm.
It's very, very serious and dangerous.
Yes.
And you said, I got to protect my son. So you went to the ER at Washington Hospital. You were there for 6 days.
Yeah, Sunday till today, yes. Mm-hmm.
And we got to give them love because they actually stepped up and did what you expected them to do, did they not?
They went above and beyond, actually. They made some exceptions so that we would have to avoid putting him in a child psych hospital. They did the med adjustment there for us. And that was something really special. But he's 15 days away from being 18. Right. So I think they were able to do that because of that, But, yeah, I'm so grateful. Not only did they take care of my son, but they took care of me. They were worried about me there.
Yeah, they
were making sure that I was okay while I was there with my son.
They allowed that to be your home.
They did, yeah, and they helped us made it a home. They gave me a bed, and they made sure we were well fed, and they showed us the showers, and and they had people helping to watch Ryan. If I needed to leave, they had someone there at all times to watch him. So yeah, they went above and beyond and did all they could. This is a systematic, nationwide problem.
Hold on. This woman is so right. She opened my eyes to this insanity. There's only 8 beds in all of Western Pennsylvania, and there's only 2 hospitals in the state to treat kids like him.
That's right. Yes.
Sickening.
It is sickening. Yes, there's more of these kids than they're able to handle.
And the way I look at it, they don't give a damn about your son or his life, for the most part.
Well, we're low income. We're on medical assistance. We're not the people. We're not the priority people on this. In this world, we're not.
But they made you that at that hospital in Washington, P. I got to say that.
They really did. Washington Hospital went above and beyond. Everyone. So they changed the menu to help Ryan eat and everything. Wow. I mean, every little accommodation they could give, they did.
So, Carrie, how is it? No, let me rephrase that. Why do you feel comfortable now with him in this group home that you felt so uncomfortable with before?
Well, he was just in crisis and in real distress. He was still a bit upset today. They did do a med adjustment. So I think with the med adjustment and then also the group home and those 5 days we were away, they implemented a lot more and they added another staff person. So they're ready, I think.
By the way, my dear, this doesn't change. This young man will need this kind of treatment for the next 60 years. 60 years.
That's correct. Yeah, and he's very physically healthy too. So he just has severe autism. The rest of him is healthy as a horse. So yeah, I predict he'll live a long life. Yes.
I think you're a superhero. I don't know if I've ever met a mother who loves her son so much.
Well, thank you so much. I'm just doing, I feel like I'm doing what anyone would do for their child.
No. You're amazing, lady. Huh. I gotta meet you. We've never met, and I feel like you're my sister.
Yeah, that's me. I'd love to meet you, definitely.
All right, Carrie. Stay in touch with me.
Thank you, Marty.
Anything, my dear.
Thank you.
All right.
I will. I'll stay in touch and update you if something changes. So.
Right. Thank you.
Take care.
All right. It's unbelievable. Her attitude. She just lived in hell for a week, and her attitude's unbelievable. I love that woman and her courage. I'll tell you what, she wouldn't stop. Man, she kept punching the wall, and she won. The wall broke down. She broke through that wall. She's amazing, man.
Andy Amrine here for my favorite sustainable gardening product, Pit Moss. Better Homes and Gardens named Pit Moss the #1 overall potting and peat-free soil. It's lightweight and requires 2/3 less water. For beautiful plants, buy Pit Moss at your local hardware or garden center.
Drowning in IRS debt? If you can't afford to pay your IRS debt due to economic hardship, you can now be free of IRS collection efforts by taking advantage of a special IRS tax hardship program. This program allows Americans who owe the IRS to resolve their delinquent tax debt once and for all. In some cases, maybe even reducing what you owe significantly. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Simply dial 800-578-2415. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back or have years of unfiled tax returns, help is standing by. Just call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-578-2415 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. That's 800-578-2415. To see if you qualify. That's 800-578-2415.
If there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon. If you've looked around Greater Pittsburgh recently, you've probably noticed. From gas to groceries to everything else you need on a regular basis, Par Mar has it. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
From the Aetna Medicare Solutions Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's 83 degrees and mostly sunny at Pittsburgh International at 1:30. I'm Susie Cole. Reports from the scene say a woman was seriously injured this morning near a big construction project in Oakland. The woman was hit in the head by a large cylinder in the construction area near the Peterson Event Center. The cylinder also struck and damaged a nearby vehicle. Some rain is ahead this weekend. There's a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon, and AccuWeather's Joe Lundberg says it continues through Marathon Sunday.
Tomorrow morning, probably dry to start the day, but as we go deeper into the day, the risk of a shower or thunderstorm increases, and then I think it's a pretty widespread across the area tomorrow night and into early Sunday, which is going to have an impact on the marathon on Sunday.
Today's high temperature will be 18 degrees above average for early May. A special promotion begins next week to pay tribute to the men and women in uniform who've paid the ultimate price. It's called A Season to Remember, taking place at every Washington Wild Things home game.
A fallen hero from the western Pennsylvania area will be honored in that game. And at that game as well will be his or her Gold Star family members to pay tribute and honor to that hero.
That's John Dudo, Executive Director of Legacies Alive on the Big K Morning.
service.
I'll stop beating around the bush and just tell him we are going to Diamonds Direct.
Well, if that doesn't work, you can always resort to good old-fashioned bribery.
Make this Mother's Day unforgettable with jewelry starting at $200. Celebrating the incredible women in our lives is what matters most. So make this Mother's Day unforgettable with jewelry starting at $200 and up from Diamonds Direct. Head over to Diamonds Direct and experience the thrill of jewelry shopping done right. Shop online or in a store nearest you. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Online at diamondsdirect.com. Diamondsdirect.com.
When my parents passed, we sat down with Julian Gray, who's now become a close friend, at grayouterlaw.com. I'm serious. He relieved so much pain for us, so much financial stress, laid out for us my parents' estate, the taxes, went to court for us, represented our family like no one else has ever done. Now I send all my closest friends there all day long. Julian Gray is the best in the business. There is no comparison, folks. grayouterlaw.com, grayouterlaw.com.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland with some exciting news for baseball enthusiasts over 50. Have you heard about the Senior Slugger Program? It's a partnership between AARP Pennsylvania and the Washington Wild Things. Here's the deal. You can get 8 complimentary tickets for every Wednesday home game this season, and thanks to Burke's Food, hot dogs for $1. All you have to do is fill out the registration form at PAARP@AARP.org. Batter up.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's PHILO.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA traffic powered by Bowser. Samantha, what's up?
Hey, Marty. An accident on the North Shore Expressway is closing down the inbound side right near the split with 65. We also have crews on their way to an accident at the intersection of Steuben and Elvin Street. Looking at the Parkway West, there is backup on the inbound side around Green Tree. Parkway East inbound is backed up to Wilkinsburg. Headed outbound on the city, you're backed up right around the Greenfield Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
It'll be quite warm this afternoon with clouds and limited sun. Also a thunderstorm, high 81 to 85. Rather cloudy tonight with a couple of showers, even a thunderstorm, low 61. Tomorrow, cloudy with a couple of showers and a thunderstorm, high 72. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from oliverflowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers. Celebrating spring for 95 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. oliverflowers.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hey, man, May 28th, Valley Brook Country Club, Shenderovich and Fishman. Love those guys. Golf tournament benefit. It's about the warrior veterans. All funds go to individuals served and sacrificed for our country. Visit 98twinsgolf.com. Cool. Excuse me. I battled cancer. My sister, Barb, who I love to death, is battling pancreatic cancer. It's a war, man. Before we die, half of us will battle cancer. Significant. I never knew that until I talked to my docs about this. It's a hell of a war, and it's tough. what really helps is community support. And there's a great event going on this weekend that I got to talk about with Taryn Fry. Hi, Taryn. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fabulous. Tell me about this event. I love this.
We are Drop the Puck on Cancer. We are a local organization in the community of Brentwood. And what we do is we hold a deck hockey tournament and a basket raffle auction. And, of course, we've got food and, all kinds of things to help raise funds to help residents from the Brentwood community that are affected by cancer.
Wow.
We are in our 11th in-person event.
Wow. When is it?
It is tomorrow from 8 a.m. till 7 p.m. We will be inside Brentwood High School in the cafeteria and the gym, as well as on the deck hockey rink.
Damn. And you're trying to benefit everyone, or there's certain folks? How did this get started?
Well, it started, of course, a couple years ago. I believe it was, I apologize, I'm blanking on the date, 2012. And that was the first year. And the goal was to help raise funds for two families who had lost a loved one to various cancers. And a member of the community said, hey, we need to do something. And Tom Cavateo, who had founded deck hockey in Brentwood, and they said, let's have a tournament. And we raised an incredible amount of money that year to help these two families. It was Tom Cavateo and Julie Androlanis-Duquesne. And the community just responded in such a tremendous way, and they said, this was so amazing, you really should do it again. And then we did it the second year, and my niece was a recipient the second year.
Aww.
So that's when I joined the board, and we've just kind of gone from there. And so you have to be a resident of Brentwood, and you have to have cancer. And if you fill out our form, we'll do everything that we can to help you.
Cancer takes away the breadwinner sometimes. It takes away your ability to work sometimes. It, along with physical issues, it can break you financially, can it not, my dear?
Absolutely. It absolutely 100% can. And I saw firsthand what that can do.
Yep.
I saw what it did to my brother's family.
Yep.
I see what it does to other families because we've become very involved with the families that become our recipients, and we see exactly firsthand what it can do.
Well, yeah. I mean, if dad's the breadwinner, then you lose the house payment, then you lose the car payment. Or if mom's the breadwinner. I mean, not only is it physically taxing, it kicks your ass, but I call it the road to perdition, the road to hell. It really is the road to hell, unless you have help, right?
It really, truly is. And, even if it's not just mom or dad that is the cancer patient, if it's the child, either mom has to be at the hospital or dad has to be at the hospital, or mom and dad can't go to work because someone has to take care of the other child. It does become devastating in all aspects.
No, this is brilliant. I only know because I live this. She makes an amazing point. So your kid has cancer. Well, you can't leave your kid's side. They're in the damn hospital. So then you can't work. And then you have no income. And that just piles on, my dear, does it not?
It does. It really, really does. And it's not even just like the fact of losing an income. There are, I'm sure many people just have experienced the act of going to the hospital, what an emergency visit costs alone. Whether you're in the oncology wing or your child is in the oncology wing, there's parking fees and food fees and, things like that just to function in daily life while you're staying in the hospital taking care of your loved one or yourself. Those are things that just keep piling on.
So help me out. What are you trying to raise here? And let's try and make up the difference if you can't, okay? So what are you trying to raise? What's your goal generally?
Where we're at right now, our goal for this year, in the grand total of all of the years that we've done this, our goal is to reach $1 million.
Whoa!
So we're pretty darn close.
Wow!
I don't have the exact number on where we're at now, but this year, a grand total of 11 years in person, 2 years, obviously with COVID, not in person. We should have a grand total of $1 million this year.
You're amazing. And for folks who want to play along tomorrow, kind of give us the details again.
So we have probably the biggest basket auction you will ever witness in your entire life. It has become so large that we've moved from the community civic center into the high school cafeteria, and 2 years ago we left the cafeteria and we had to move to the gym. We have over 100 baskets in total, and then there are large baskets and small baskets. We have groups that come together. We have every class from the 70s until 2002 have gotten together and put together a basket. And then we have, other random community members that say, hey, I want to give a basket. So we have summer bar sets. We have travel baskets that you can win. We have Lemieux and Crosby jerseys that you can win.
You're killing me.
It's unbelievable. The community supports us with great food donations, and it's great reminiscing because it's in the cafeteria. So you go through, the lunch line like you would have when you were in high school. So it's kind of fun. And then there are hockey tournaments that are going to be running all day from 8 a.m. until I believe it's 7. I think 7:10 is the last one, and they're just ongoing. Now, if you want to play. You have to decide.
No, I don't.
if you want to get a team, if anyone, hey, you never know.
Yeah, I do.
You got to plan for next year because there is a wait list to play in this tournament.
Not for Marty Griffin. Hey, I tell you what, though. Here's the other thing. People die from cancer, and something like this actually, I would imagine, to some degree, helps to alleviate some of that pain. I would think.
Yes. Yes. Unfortunately, we have had recipients that have passed before the event, and they have, they're still our recipients, so we still do what we can to help their families. And we actually have community members who have passed. They haven't had cancer, but they've reached the end or whatever. And in their obituary, they state, in lieu of flowers, please donate to drop the puck on cancer.
That's beautiful.
It's tremendous what this community has done, and I from firsthand experience witnessing what we're able to do to help is so incredible. If other communities could do that, it would just be so amazing to watch.
Well, Taryn, you're amazing. Matt Harkins dumped you off on me, but you're fantastic.
Thank you. We work pretty well together.
And you give a damn, which is 90% of it, my dear. Thank you.
Yes.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see you. We'll see everyone there. Everyone come out.
I'm going to play some deck hockey. I'm going to kick some you-know-what next year. That was a hell of a thing. Wow, $1 million. Wow. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, AAA Traffic powered by Bowser and Genesis, to the savant of the Parkway. Samantha, what's up?
Hey, Marty. We're still dealing with an accident on the North Shore Expressway that is closing you down on the inbound side right near the split with 65. Crews are also on the scene of an accident on the 4000 block of Butler Street in Lawrenceville. Looking at the Parkway West, there is backup on the inbound side around Green Tree. Parkway East inbound is backed up to Wilkinsburg. Heading outbound on the city side, you're backed up right around Bates Street. With AAA Traffic, I'm Samantha McGill on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK.
Did you know that now you can listen to all your favorite stations, including this one, shows and even podcasts, all on the Odyssey app? Download it now.
Pirates fans, baseball is back.
And this ball is gone. Henry Davis. Oh, Henry.
Catch every pitch from every Pittsburgh Pirates game. Streaming live with 93.7 The Fan on the free Odyssey app.
Higgs throws on the first, and he gets the odd dome.
The voices you know, the team you love. Pirates baseball lives here on 93.7 The Fan and the free Odyssey app. AUDACY. Download it today. 5 games available for fans in market only.
KDKA, covered by Rhino Shield. Looks like paint and lasts for decades with a 25-year warranty.
Man, I was so sick recently. I was lying in the hospital bed at UPMC Presby and then Montefiore, thinking, here we go again with this serious illness. I haven't felt that bad in years and thought, I'm so tired of this. And then the UPMC folks stepped in. And the kindness and the consideration and the expertise. I'm serious about this. Literally has me back on my feet, feeling 100% again. UPMC, life-changing, life-saving information.
It's what's happening right now.
This is the New York City Police Department. You are warned as per City College to leave the campus.
Young people are being influenced by those who are professionals at radicalizing our children.
Keeping you informed.
Anti-Semitism is a virus.
And up to date.
The administration and woke university presidents aren't stepping in.
Check in often.
With 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Hi, this is Larry Richard with Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis and Anxiety Center. Anxiety, Dan, you know, is at an all-time high.
It's out of control right now, Larry. We have people calling in every day to help with anxiety. And the thing that we have here at the PA Hypnosis and Anxiety Center is we're able to get to the part of the brain that actually causes the anxiety. Most everybody knows that people have problems, but they can't control the anxiety on their own. So the sessions that we do actually from the first session on gets that part of the brain to stop causing that fight or flight anxiety response, and that's how we're able to give the guarantee with our program.
And you've worked with high-level athletes, Olympic athletes. Where do we get started?
We do a free consultation, and we're going to do the same thing with the clients here that we do with the U.S. Olympic team to help them win gold medals. So when you call the office for the consultation, we can set that up. It's 724-934-8446.
The PA Hypnosis and Anxiety Center, 724-934-8446. Call now.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Check us out on the app. Or on the Odyssey app. You can also watch us with the Ireland Contracting video feed. Check it out. Go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch Radio Live Stream. Colin, what's
Marty.
up? You heard Bethany, right? Sam DeMarco says she's, what do you say, Patrick? She's crazy. And he said, I've told her she's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Well, she knows she's a little cuckoo.
I don't think she thinks she's cuckoo, man. I just think she thinks differently than we do. She thinks we're way out. She never says, I'm cuckoo, ever.
Well, I mean, it's hard to look in the mirror. I'm exhausted by it.
I can see what you're saying.
It's a mockery to our whole system, and here's the thing. If it was getting results, I'd listen.
Right.
City got no money.
Right.
People are sleeping all over the streets.
So
the county, what has been pushed forward positive in the county? They're going through the reassessment situation.
Right.
Everybody, the money's all down from the reassessments. The school districts now are going through the reassessments. There's no money to be had. If somebody wants to sell me their progressive platforms, and on the other side of it, show me results.
Plus, you can't agree with her saying there should be no cash bail for anyone. None, ever. That's just stupid.
Well,
stupid.
How about retainers even? She's against home detention.
Right.
There's an interesting case, too. Like, and I might get into this during the show. The kid in North Park driving, killed a couple other kids. Kid at Pine Richland, 18-year-old kid. This case. Now, both the defense attorney and the prosecutor, county attorney, said, let this kid out on bail. Judge said no. It sort of works both ways in all of these.
Yep.
I'm exhausted by Bethany Hallam. I'm exhausted by Summer Lee. I'm exhausted by Xander Orenstein because here's why. It's not making the quality of life better for the regular Joe.
It isn't.
So I don't know why we're supposed to relent on this.
Well, I'm not.
No, I'm not saying you are. Like, why people think it's not an issue every day. Go walk downtown.
Right on.
There are 605 cops when there should be 900 because city cops don't want to work because they are told by the Summer Lees of the world that your authority is okay to be undermined.
Plus, they don't make the same money. That's more of anything.
But it's hard for me to watch news coverage and to see people on the way far left, Marty, say, hey, when kids are told to disperse 200 times and they don't disperse, the cops are the bad guys for going in and doing their job. That's tough for me to understand.
That's stupid.
But getting back to Bethany Hallam, she's comfortable making a mockery of our system.
Well, I've said this, and I mean this. Ornstein's doing what he's elected to do, my man. His people elected him to do the ridiculous stuff he's doing.
I had a conversation with a very high-powered attorney yesterday.
Yeah.
And this person said to me, at what point is Ornstein, who's an incredibly intelligent person,
he is, Patrick, his resume
chemist,
was sick,
worked and developed drugs and worked and developed other things, at what point is Ornstein going to say, though, I could go get a regular job and make a ton of money? This ain't worth it. It's not worth it.
I don't know. That's actually a valid point. Huh?
You know, it's not worth trying to save the world.
Well, plus
and
he can't do
everybody
arraignments
hating
anymore. He's
Correct.
been taking off his little job because he's a fool.
Or is this exactly what he's looking for? Is he looking for people to talk about him like that?
I don't think, man.
I don't know.
I called him a couple
Someone
times.
else
He
said
was
to
very
me
timid,
that
man.
he is so intelligent that he has a social ineptitude.
I didn't get that, but I've called him a couple times. He was actually very nice, but he was very timid, certainly wasn't aggressive, and certainly doesn't seem to enjoy this stuff.
I got another buddy that's an attorney that said just a few months ago he was made to wear a mask in that courtroom.
I don't know.
And said, sorry, pal. And, yeah, I do.
Okay. It's on life and death for me.
Right, but that's a little
the
bit.
other stupid crap he's done is...
I'm exhausted by it.
Cost $60,000 to bring these fools back here.
Well, here's the overarching biggest thing. We're bleeding population about the city and the county.
Oh, yeah.
So some people, it's quantitative data that people don't like it.
Right. Right. True. I'm with you, man. Hey.
And we're stuck with it until 2028.
Yeah. And he could get reelected, by the way.
He could also get impeached.
Nah, ain't happening.
I
There's no
don't
way.
know.
There's no way. I know a bunch of people in Harrisburg, as high as the Supreme Court, say it's not happening.
There's a lot of people that said he'd never get taken off arraignments.
No, they didn't. From day one, Phil DeLacente's wife, Susan, wanted him out of there, and it took her a week, but she did it. Hey, I got to ask you about this serial killer, man. That's creepy.
Not as creepy as the guy you talked about in Texas.
Oh, yeah, Henry.
The serial killer's creepy, and I'll tell you why.
63 people.
You know, I brought this up yesterday, and I heard Patrick talking about this as he was leaving. There's wiretap laws, there's privacy laws, there's things like that.
Yep.
But if my kids, when they were in the NICU, if they were able to have a camera and you could look at them 24/7, if you have the power of attorney over someone, why can't you have a camera in those rooms and not look at them 24/7?
You can, though. In the nursing facility.
It depends on the type of room.
You're right about that.
If they're alone.
If you're in like an ICU, you're in more of a skilled place. You're not in a private residence.
Right.
If you're in your own room, it's your space for the most part. Or if you're in a senior place and it's your senior apartment, then you absolutely can put surveillance cameras in your apartment without having to get permission from everyone that walks in the door.
But we're going to have to get to that point.
No, it's true.
You know, because...
If there's no staff, how the hell am I going to know my mom's okay or my... Here's you're saying.
You know, the other part, too, is
true, man.
People who take care of other people, they need to start making a living wage, and a real one.
True.
And we need to hire real nurses and be able to get good background quality checks on people. They need to make them appetizing jobs. And I think that's part of the problem as well.
Well, you heard her. One thing she was right about, no one wants to work in that damn jail. There are no therapists at the jail.
Well, there are 8 openings, from what I heard?
Yeah. I wouldn't work there. I know corrections officers. Every single day they go into hell.
I know former corrections officers in there that got the heck out when they could.
They make a hell of a lot of money. Some of them make $200,000 because they have to work this crazy overtime, but it's a journey into hell every day.
Well, the people in corrections I know say every single person in there wants to go to a state facility. They want to go to state penitentiary because the ACJ is just, it's a hellhole.
A lot to get to today, Mr. Dunlap. Thank you. See you, man.
Yep.
Download the Odyssey app and take us with you wherever you go. Pittsburgh's news,